adventures. Sorry for that technical difficulty there at the start, but welcome to the 94th episode of Dirty 20, an evening of laughter, drama, and adventure. We call it D&D Podcast, as I your Dungeon Master for the evening, and I am once again joined by my colourful cast of characters. This is going to be our last game of the year, unfortunately. But we will be back. I believe it was. I think we've discussed the second. But you know, keep on our Discord, I guess, for updates on when that will be 100% confirmed. But yeah, this will be the last session of 2021. Crazy. What I think that's mad that another year has gone by so quickly. To think that we really have. Fuck me. I don't know. I'm lost for words. But yes, before we jump into our session today, we're going to go through our regular round of shout-outs and updates. So we're going to kick things off today with Sam, I think. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you do, Mr. Palmer?
Yes, Sam JKP on YouTube and Twitch. I play a lot of Pokemon. New game came out a couple of weeks ago, so I'm still very much on that. But yeah, come and hang out and chat and have a good time. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Go into his chat and have a bad time. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, only bad times. Yeah, only bad times.
Thank you, Sam. We're gonna move on to Mitch now for Monday evening.
This Monday, come and see Natural Wonders. It's also our last session of the year. A daring rescue attempt, hopefully. And we will see how that goes. Join me, Ewan, Sam, Jay, a couple of our other buddies. Someone who hasn't played for a while with us is rejoining us. Actually, they do have COVID right now, so hopefully they're feeling good. I need to talk to them.
Oh God.
So wishing them a speedy, hopefully that's not too bad. But yeah, we'll be live every Monday at 7 till 10 GMT. But we are going to be taking a little break just to enjoy the Christmas season. And we have all gotten very festive for you today. We'll be doing that tomorrow as well. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Star Wars fun times.
Thank you, Mitch.
No worries, sir.
So, in other news, I'm sorry if you can hear people outside. It's just, ironically, it's winter, but it gets just so hot in this fucking room, so I need my windows open. So apologies if you can hear some kids playing football outside my window. But again, to stay updated with our schedule and just to talk about the game or any D&D stuff, we have our Discord, which would be great if you could join. That's where all of our information is. We also, as of a few weeks ago, brought out if I can spell it right this time, a Patreon. There we go, it's working. Where, you know, if you feel the need to help us out and support the stream, that's a really nice thing to do. There's some rewards on there for some of the higher tiers, including some battle maps. So if you want some interesting stuff and support the stream, that's the best place to do it. You can find our social media in our area below. I can't remember the command for it, unfortunately, and I'm not going to try and waste time figuring it out. So if you want to see any other kind of social media stuff, our TikTok and Instagram, where we post some funny clips and other content, then check that space out as well. Any other updates before we kick off the final game of 2021? Alrighty then.
Everyone do well,
I suppose with that then, let's delve into today's episode of Dirty 20. And we're coming back. So, welcome back. Previously on Dirty 20, the dangers of the Clanlands now far behind them, Ferra Carta had set their eyes on the capital city of Dayforton. But getting there would be no easy trip. Together you had to decide whether you would take the somewhat safer but longer route by land, or to brave the speedier but much more dangerous naval passage. Knowing time was a serious factor, especially after the 2-day diversion, you opted for the fastest. Meeting with Darian at Portamina, you arranged passage north along the coastline. Setting off, the journey was uneventful. That was until 2 of your party decided to play around with the totally not deadly cannons in the middle of the night. What? Scorned by the first mate, they were fortunately slick-tongued enough to weasel out of punishment. More days of journeying passed as you began to enter the Arctic waters. The air now biting cold as sheets of ice protruded from the coastline, pushing your ship further into deeper waters. 8 days into your journey now, the ocean stirred. The waves became ferocious and the winds whipped into frantic speeds. Fighting against the storm, you did your best to keep the ship under control, nearly making it out of the centre, but as the water whirled into a waterspout, the vessel was twisted, plunging down into the icy cold water. Barely conscious, you felt yourselves being dragged by the current. Fighting against the water was nearly impossible, especially as the shock of the cold kicked in. Your last images were of a large sperm whale urgently making chase. I can hear the Roll20 sound going off through someone's mic.
Same.
I don't know whose it is.
I think it might be Jack's. Always.
Oh right, okay, it might be. It might be.
I would say go
anyway.
If you have to.
So Zuko.
Yes.
You followed the ship, aware of the magic of your polymorph. You are aware that your polymorph would be wearing thin, but able to at least judge time by its fading. The vessel itself and the crew aboard, it appeared to be dragged by the water, always just out of reach. Awareness grips you as you think of how long under the water you have been. You, even in your normal form, may not need air, but your friends do. Then, suddenly something changes. The freezing water is now warm, tropical even. You can feel the current too, pushing you as you see sand rearing up from the seabed, and with a blur of motion, a wave sends you, the ship, and your friends splattering across a sandy shore. Zuko, as you revert back to your normal form, your friends lay soaked, covered in sand, sprawled across this beach. In front of you, a sprawling jungle lay in front of you, encircling the bay in which you now find yourself. In the centre of which, what must be an island, you see a massive greenstone temple atop a central mountain, mostly obscured by the trees, vines, and foliage. The beach is yours. What do you wish to do?
I take a moment. I get up. I'm just going to quickly scan, make sure I can see each of my friends that are at least on the shore, out of the water.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm just going to look around, make sure Arya, Kensei, Alistair, I can see everyone. At least, even if they're unconscious, lying face down in the sand, make sure no one's in the water still.
All right. You can see your friends. I'll give you that. What you can see at this point is the ship is kind of it is on the beach, sort of mostly on there. The back portion of it seems to be partially submerged in the waves that are crashing every so often on the shore. It's slightly tilted, but it is actually like on its. It is right side up, but you can see there is enormous amounts of damage to the hull. You see members of the crew splattered along the sand as well. Darian lying down, seemingly unconscious, if not, unfortunately, deceased. and the rest of your friends are here, but they aren't moving.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna run up to whoever's closest.
Like you've been swimming for probably the better part of an hour, following them, and they've been in the water. With no source of air.
Oh my god, I'm gonna run over to the first person I see, whoever's closest.
Let's roll a d8.
Do you want me to roll, or are you gonna do it?
You roll me. I'll tell you what. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll me a d6.
Oh. 5.
Alright. Okay, 5. Let's go. Do you know what? I'm going to go from the overlay. So from top, that would be Storm. Oh, the cameras are freezing. Because of course they are.
I joined in, Jay.
You joined in, good.
Yeah, I joined in.
Okay, I'm done that.
Alright. Yeah, you as you run to the closest person, it is Storm, just laying in the sand, which is just covered through his fur, which is soaking.
I put my ear to his chest to see if I can hear him breathing at least.
The dedication to the role.
I just noticed. Yeah. I like
as you lean down,
my hand just behind his neck, just prop his throat up a little bit, and just listen.
There's a moment as you lean down, and your heart skips a beat as you do not hear any breathing. Your friend is dead.
What?
And then you feel an exhale of air across your damp skin. He is breathing.
Okay.
He is alive.
Okay. I just keep going, chum. You're doing well. I just look around. Who's next? I just start shouting, "Anybody help!"
Everyone seems to be unconscious from what you can tell. But as you kind of go around frantically between your friends, they are all breathing. And as you're kind of like in this frantic state, I'm going to say, roll a d6 again.
Oh man.
Let's see, who wakes up first?
4.
Aria. Oh, you want to do it? Yeah, you can do it.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, in which case... no, I'm going to take your role. Fuck it. Eridel wakes up first. You kind of regain consciousness. You are soaking through, and there's this bright kind of sunlight from above that seems to be piercing through like a shroud of fog. It's kind of like really misty day, but it is still very bright sunlight.
But time-wise, it doesn't look like it's going to get dark very soon. We got some time until it looks like it's going to get...
Roll me a survival check.
Oh, because that's scary. If we're all wet and damp overnight, I'm worried about that. 9. I'll add a...
As you look up, it is bright, but you can't see the sun. It's just very, very bright along this kind of white mist. But the actual sun, you can't be sure of the origin of how long you have left. But it is bright, so at least a few hours, maybe.
Oh my god.
What?
Gods. Where are we?
Out there? I don't know. There's jungle and there's a temple. The ship's ruined. I'm gonna look in the water. Do I see anyone floating in?
No one seems to be floating in. You see a couple of people that are closer to the shore, and every so often, like the water kind of splashes across them.
I'll just pull them away quickly. We need to get everyone together at least.
I'm gonna stand up immediately, start going over to people and start like.
Oh, stream's down.
Right.
Stream's down.
Oh, it's completely down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh,
is going
what?
on?
That's.
Oh, I was having a good nap.
Oh, it's just great.
I don't understand this, man.
Might be the best roleplay we've ever done, boys.
Yeah, I love that. That was a lot of
I-
fun.
To go. Oh.
I have no idea how long it's been down for.
That was immersive. I love that.
It's all good. It's all good.
How long has it been down for?
I don't know. I swear to God, it's everyone using fucking internet, man.
I have that trouble in my house as well. I've got obviously siblings and family. Everyone uses the internet all the time.
It's just one of those days.
Everybody has.
Just want to take a shit.
Everybody has those days. I'm excited to see you guys in the flesh again. I missed you all.
It's like 2 weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, not long.
Not long now. I was gonna have.
There's
There's still rumors in the mill of a New Year's party. So
No.
I'll let
Is
you
there?
guys know. I'll let you guys know.
I will probably be.
Brown household.
Oh, I love a Mitchell Brown party.
Oh yeah,
I don't know what to do.
I've been to one, but I can highly recommend it.
Jay did karaoke with my little brother until 4 a.m.
Wasn't it technically 5 a.m. because it was
late. It was late. Oh yeah,
because
yeah,
it was the actual clocks.
Yeah. The clocks changed, so we had an extra hour. Oh my god.
Good times. Good times.
That was
Good
it
times.
was a good night. It was a good night.
It was a fantastic night.
Man.
Any luck on the stream?
No,
Right, the fact that you were in.
Gone to
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got a feeling he's probably going to quickly do a little router reset.
Well,
That's annoying. That's unlucky. I can hear
We were
the
in the middle- we were-
intro music.
We are in the middle of the most immersive
everybody,
roleplay ever.
stay in character. Stay in character.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, I'm not out. I'm awake.
I was gonna
That's
say,
alright.
Mitch, what are you doing?
I'm just taking a nap.
Zuko's suddenly like, well, if everybody else is gonna sleep, I might as well.
Zuko's just. I don't want to be the only one not napping.
He's like the kid that wakes up first in the slumber party and has to be.
Oh yeah. Just pretend to fall asleep.
It just goes to the kid who's hosting. Alistair, does your mum have waffles? I'm hungry.
My mum doesn't have waffles, but the cult does.
That would always be. I'd wake up first and I'd just at a friend's house and I'd just lay there for like hours.
Lie there staring at the ceiling.
Oh, I hate that. That was the worst feeling ever.
Yeah.
Hey, we don't have real gods, but we have waffles.
I used to be that shithead that went around people's houses and asked for a Coke float, though.
You don't ask for that in my house, my mum would have called you a blasphemer.
What, a Coke float?
No Coca-Cola in the house.
No float and no Coke.
At least can I have a nice pill, please?
A pill.
Milk.
Now, did you guys like a Coke float?
Oh yeah.
I've only ever
Fucking
had
hell.
one. Like
I've
I've
only
only
had
had
it
it
in
once or twice.
I don't know what to suggest because it's not going back up on its own.
What the
Have you completely shut off slobs, like exited it?
Nope.
I have a problem with that sometimes where if I don't exit it, it doesn't let me restart the stream because it's a piece of shit software. That I hate.
You'd
With a
think
passion.
that they would put a lot of work into making sure that it fucking works.
Nah, they
Yeah,
they
yeah,
literally
absolutely.
just stole OBS and then marketed it better. That's all they did.
Yeah, I've seen that shit.
That's all they did. And I'm sad that I'm in so deep with slobs now because
Yeah,
I want to
same.
get rid of it so bad.
Is there another alternative, like a better?
I'm
OBS
getting to that
is
point.
the original. It's the original streaming platform. OBS, Open Broadcast Software. That's their IP. They own that. Slobs didn't. Slobs asked them if they could use Streamlabs Open Broadcasting Software, and they said no because it's our name, and they did it anyway.
Oh, what?
Streamlabs got caught copying another.
Yeah, they
streaming.
copied some other thing's website, right? Recently.
Yeah, like down to the reviews, and everyone was
Yeah.
like, "The fuck is that?"
Damn.
They suck. They're an
Beats.
awful company, and I hate. The thing is, like, when you first get into streaming, it's easier to use than OBS. Like, it's more beginner friendly.
Oh, user friendliness, yeah.
But OBS.
Because I started off with OBS and then moved
Same.
to Slobs. Now
But I found OBS a bit of a headache because it is a bit finicky. I find the UI is not as clear, but Slobs just did that well. They basically packaged it
Alright,
well.
we're back up.
Oh,
We're back
yes.
up.
Hey!
Everyone back in
Back to
character.
sleep.
Everyone
Back to sleep.
back in character.
3, 2,
Sorry,
1.
sorry about
You're
that.
under.
I'm not sure. Oh, and now all the cameras.
Oh,
No, none of the cameras are working.
We're having a bit of a technical issues today, guys. Please bear with us. These things happen. You know. Don't worry, sir. If you're a pirate, that'd be a good thing.
worst
Get
comes
picked
to worst, we just have to play without them.
I'm not sure why your slobs is doing that though. Oh, remember if you've minimized or put something over the tab. Mine started doing that at some point and it hasn't fixed itself. There we go. Nice.
Hi everyone.
Hey, it happens. All right, back in character.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Okay, give me a quick second here, guys. Sorry
Have,
about
have
that.
a bit of your hot drink. I'm gonna put some Vaseline on my lip.
Baseline.
I mean, the last stream of the year. It would not be the last stream of the year if there wasn't a plethora of technical issues.
It's
come back
literally
We
stronger.
roll at dirty 20.
this stream is just going to contain all
I
the
would
dirty 20
appreciate.
days.
I would appreciate if someone can just I know you guys are playing the game, so it's difficult, and I don't want to make you like having to be watching it and stuff. But if someone can just kind of keep an eye out to make sure if it
I
goes down, the
quite
camera's
often
freeze.
flip between anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always have it up, so.
2 monitors.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
keep an eye out.
so basically, so Eridell's the first one to wake up, and you begin to pull more of the people across, and Eridell,
Just
you
to
go
make
and
sure no one
start
starts
slapping
drowning.
people awake.
Yep.
I'll say that eventually the rest of you begin to I was about to say arouse, rouse
Michael,
from
wake
your
up.
unconsciousness. Oh god!
I would
And
like
as you
to,
do, I'm going to move you on to
Oh, a new
brand
map.
new map.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this?
Look at
What
that.
is this?
I can't wait
Where
to
is
climb
it?
to the top of that mountain.
Oh boy!
Oh shit.
New map, Udis.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to
sexy!
make the thing
Alright.
smaller so I can
Let's
see the
move
map.
that
I
here,
see
so
a little
the,
village on that map. Do I? Maybe.
No,
Where
no,
the
you don't,
fuck
you don't.
are we?
This is really hot. I am
Oh, we're in a
turned on.
Where
We're
the
in a fucking another plane, aren't we?
Oh, probably.
Oh,
Misty Island.
Alice's camera's off.
Well, that's definitely a Yuan-Ti temple. It's gotta be.
Well, we don't even know who rules this place. We have no
Yeah,
idea what the people
exactly.
here are like.
It's Frisk. It's fucking Frisk, I tell you.
This is his fault again.
He just keeps fucking things up.
It's made out of
Somehow
green stone.
ruins
It
Eros.
could be a green man temple.
Yeah. So, as you begin to wake people up, you all eventually regain consciousness on this very warm beach. Like, you have been traveling in the freezing cold. It is it's more or less the middle of winter currently, and well, actually, it's coming to about where in our world would be about mid-February. So it's beginning to encroach upon spring, but it's still that winter air,
Bit
and you're in
cold.
the northern of the continent, the north of the continent even, and so it is perpetually cold. But here it is tropical almost.
You can see Eridell's face is immediately, her pale skin has started to go red. She has started to sweat. She's not used to this. She's like, what the fuck is this? She hates it.
Time,
Thanks, I hate it.
time for my homebrew spell, Zuko's marvelous sunscreen.
Make that thing.
Yes.
I don't trust that at all.
Zuko's zany sunscreen.
Buy it from some second-rate dealer in the market.
Do you know what? But in addition to not getting a sunburn, resistance to radiant damage, right?
Oh, that'd be pretty sick.
Oh.
Did we just invent a spell on stream?
Yeah.
Betcha. No, I'm pretty sure there is already a spell that gives you like immunity or resistance to
Protection
sun.
from-
Anyway,
yeah.
yeah, you guys begin to wake up.
Gosh, what? We need to find the captain and ask him what the procedures are for such an event.
You see Eridell standing over Darian. She's pulled him up by the shirt of his collar and trying to shake him awake.
Oh shit!
She's gonna drop him. Where are we?
I don't know. On the beach. On holiday. Yeah.
Holiday.
We didn't ask to be on holiday. We asked to be in Dafid.
Yeah, but I didn't expect to end up here, did I?
You were the one steering the ship.
It was a lot that he wanted a destination.
Well,
Oh.
how we got here is not very important.
Where is
Hey, Sans, of course I'm rough and guess everywhere.
here? Where?
Fuck's sake, you.
You're right. Do we have any way of figuring out where we are? A map?
Does the topography look familiar to any of us? Will any of us know where we might be? Judging by the trees, the beach. Any of us from anywhere that sounds like that or know of?
Roll me a history check. Anyone who's proficient with it, and from the coast.
Do I have to do both of those things?
I'm gonna add a
Have
bonus to that.
I've sent you a little
Both of those things.
message.
17 for me.
25.
Stormy, you're
Damn.
not from the coast.
Oh, I thought you said I thought it was like a and or.
Sorry, it was from both. Yeah,
Both.
it was. In this case, it is both for a
Yeah.
specific reason.
Oh, no worries.
Someone said they sent me a
I
message.
sent you a little message on Roll20.
I cannot see your message. Oh, on Roll20.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
It's the answer to your thing. Okay, so 13 from Eridel, 15 from
17
Aria.
in total for me.
Oh,
'cause I've
17.
added a psionic die.
You know that there are islands on the archipelago, but certainly not jungled like this. This is way too hot, way too warm. Eridel, you're from, like, you have traversed, or at least are aware of, the islands that surround or are within the Drakenloft territory, shall we call it. This is, like, unlike... Tundra forests, absolutely. But as you look, these are jungled trees.
Well, looks like we're not in
Like
David
tropical.
anymore.
Are we even on the coast?
We were never dated.
I have a way
Too
for us
hot
to
for the coast.
find out where we are. I remember this, and I pull out Compass of the Homesick.
What's that?
Pull it out. Have you got anything
Yeah,
in there?
not yet. No. That's what I'm about to ask.
Alright, so you take it out. Yep.
Anybody got anything, maybe from a recognizable location? I don't know, like a stone or...
I've got something. I've got this little crab.
I have the first ever poppy that I grew that Thriss.
Oh, that's good.
Unconventional, but I'll allow it.
I'll go over and give it to Storm.
This
Okay.
shall do. Do you know exactly where you got this from?
It was near Shield City, I believe.
Okay, so are our maps intact? Actually, are they wet through? Can we still read our maps?
Where was the map?
We have maps, right?
As in just like your paper. I mean, I'm gonna be kind and say that your paper belongings are not ruined through because they were
Storm's,
securely
fucking
kept.
Bag
Your
of
spellbook,
holding.
Storm. Your spellbook's gone. I'm afraid
Oh,
it's illegible. No, it's fine.
That's a kink.
They've been contained within devices that will keep it watertight.
Okay, so I pull out the little bottom mechanism of the compass, revealing this little
Okay.
little
You
drawer,
unslot it. Yep.
and I carefully pop the poppy in because I've seen
Slot it in. Yep.
be tentative of this, and slot
Okay.
back in and see where it points me.
All right. As you pop it back in. Sorry, just one moment. Yeah, you pop it in. It kind of turns for a second as it the magic seems to be working or whatever magic is in there, and you actually kind of point to sort of southeast. Like it just kind of turns to southeast and then just spins. Just
Spinning
continues
around.
to spin, spins clockwise, and then kind of slows and then begins to turn back, and it just keeps doing that.
Oh, this
What does
is not
that
good.
mean?
That's not good.
That normal?
What does that
Roll
mean?
me an Arcana check, Storm.
That can mean many things. I think.
Yeah, it can, but I think I know what it might mean.
I think Mitch knows what it
Either
might
we're
mean.
Yeah.
not. Either
We're
we're
not-
not. Just
Oh.
finding
Okay,
it.
yeah. So Storm, you're thinking about it, and you're watching it spin. As you're looking at it and kind of realizing what the magic is, I believe you would tune to it, or you would at least study it.
Yeah, I did definitely attune to it. Yeah.
You'd know it kind of works with like a plane of spell, so it detects, like, it uses the material to kind of almost think of it like almost like locate
objects, yes, yeah,
slash identify, and so it locates where the location that came from and then points in the direction on the plane. But if you are on a plane that
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
a different
we're on a
plane,
different plane.
it changes.
Yep.
You are not that, which would imply to you,
Oh,
Storm,
boy.
you are not on the material
We're not
plane.
in Val-Aeria anymore,
We're
boys and
not
girls.
in Val-Aeria
Is it
anymore.
broken? Should we try something else, or?
No,
Is
this
it
is
the poppy? Or...
your poppy is absolutely fine, Kayak. We are not home anymore.
But all we did was shipwreck. How was...
That tempest, that was no ordinary tempest, right? We felt that. I don't know. I've never really been in storms
Certainly felt
like that.
Ewan,
weird.
Yep.
can I ask, I don't want to say mages, but people who have magic technically from the Drakenloft Isles, would I know if they'd be able to do something like this, like cause somebody, like a tempest that would cause somebody to shift planes or something like that?
You know that they can cause storms. You've
Yeah.
encountered that exact event. You didn't see any Drakenloft ships though. Which, you know, you're aware that there's a similar a limited range upon which they could do something like that, and
We would have seen them.
you didn't see. Yeah, you believe you would have seen them. It wasn't the same as like last time where there was like rolling fog beforehand, which they were hiding in. Yeah, I mean theoretically, but to push across planes. I'm not even sure that Eridar would know what plane is.
Yeah.
Beyond, like, maybe the other world.
Yeah.
Like, the afterlife,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. So, I'm inclined to say no to the changing of planes, but certainly to making
For
storms,
a
yes.
minute, yeah.
No. It would be permanent.
Oh yeah,
Not
you
from
go back to your favourite distance, don't you?
That's so
You
super.
would send me back to the wrong place, yeah.
I just considered how great that would be. We can send-
Everyone would be back in that district.
Except, yeah.
I'm not going to do that, don't worry. That would be awful. It'd ruin everything you've got planned.
No, I mean, you could certainly try.
I don't like that. That sounds like a threat.
Okay, alright.
Just bear in mind
Let's
that it doesn't send you back to a specific location.
Just
so
Oh,
good
yeah,
luck.
we could all get disrupted and put in other places.
So different from when it happened to
in
me
the
and
middle of the
Father.
ocean.
Plane shifting is a very specific ritual. How can we just be somewhere
I
else?
think we're dealing with something beyond all of our understanding. That storm felt weird.
Well, the important thing is how the fuck do we get back?
Let's
Exactly.
gather up what supplies we can and regroup with the
Should
crew.
we try to fix the boat?
I don't
Even
think.
fixable.
I just look up at the big temple in the center of the island. Well, I think we might find some clues there.
Yes, I agree.
If my gut is telling me anything, it's that's obviously
It
very
could be
important.
shelter as well, at least.
Can we just... sorry to be the bringer of doom and gloom, but remember the last time we were in a temple?
I think I was in the abyss for that.
I don't remember that. No.
You're in the abyss.
No, I don't remember. What happened?
Storm
Uh,
died.
Thrisk died.
Storm died?
Stop that!
Yes, Storm is
Oh my
dead.
I'm sorry, just you and Storm and Thrisk, they just kind of like similar somehow for some reason.
Yeah, so
Well-
sometimes get you two mixed up.
And also, I again, not to put a damper on this great adventure that we're all having, but those woods, do not look palatable.
Yes, but what are we supposed to just sit on this
What are we going
beach?
to do?
I mean, it's the only course of action we have, other than make a new life here on the beach.
I'm gonna like wander a little bit away from the group, and then just shoot up into the air and do a little bit of like a scan of the island,
How big it is.
Sure.
Yeah.
and work out if this might be what I think it might be.
Okay. So, as you're doing that, the rest of you, as you're having this conversation, you're noticing that guy walks off. At this point, you can now see the crew kind of either having been woken up or are in the process, or of waking up. But they're beginning to kind of head towards the ship, which does look substantially damaged. But there seems to be some kind of discussion going on between the higher ranking of the ship. A lot of debating. You can see one of them, the one that some of you would recognise as the bosun. Is that the right term?
Yeah, I think so.
Pronunciation for it. Basically, the one who's in charge of the cannons and all that stuff kind of points at your party. like directly just points about, and you can assume from that they probably are accusing you or blaming you for something. But the discussion goes on. Darian is part of it. But the conversation comes to a close, and they head towards the ship, and Darian makes his way over towards you. At this point, Gaiak, you've flown up into the air. Roll a perception check, please.
So I'm gonna guidance myself.
Right.
Perception. D4.
17.
18.
Alright. So with an 18, as you fly up into the air and take a scan, how high are you going, out of curiosity?
I'm not like going super high to see the whole island. I'm just kind of like more of just having a look to make sure it. I don't know how to like make sure it is what I if I recognize the island.
Okay. As you fly up and scan your surroundings, seems fairly recognizable, and in addition to this concealed greenstone temple at the top of this mountain within the center, which itself is covered in the jungle, you see very light smoke coming from a waterfall that descends from like the midpoint of this temple into a lake that you can see portions of a river that come out to a river mouth further down this bay, which you are. You're by the ship down here, by the way. And you can see that around that lake there is some smoke coming up from behind the trees, and you also see some more to the south of the island. Just for your reference, north is the right-hand side, as per the map. And so on the south side of the island you can see there is another cluster of smoking coming from within the trees. You can see, not beyond the mountains, but you can see like a coastline going around to the south and north, which you can assume it probably meets at the other side beyond the mountains, making this an island of some kind. It doesn't seem like massive. You could probably traverse all the way to that village within a few hours. It's not like
a small island.
It's a fairly small island. Maybe a little less as large as Latrador, which took about a day or two to get to the cave. From the north to the south end, it would probably take you about the same amount of time, maybe just over a day. That's from point to point.
I think that the waterfall looks quite inviting.
I'm gonna come back to the group.
You guys can't see that, by the way. Oh no, you can. You can see just about a portion of it coming out from the middle of the...
Yeah, but right to the bottom of it.
Bottom portion.
The top, yeah.
I recognize this island. I've been here.
You've been here?
When?
In a dream.
Oh.
What?
Right.
That's not ominous at all.
Explain.
It was a few nights ago. I was flying through over the seas and I saw this island. I was here. I don't know what else to say.
What else did you see here?
Yes.
Did you see anything else?
Did you do anything?
I was flying through mist and emerged here.
Yes. Nothing else happened.
What was...
It's not an important detail, but it was almost like I wasn't myself.
So you was seeing through someone else's eyes?
I'm not sure. I had white feathers.
Like your sister?
Yes, but it wasn't her.
Has Gaiak told us about the big eagle bird that he keeps
He's not.
No.
Frisk, come to us in the form of a white bird.
That would be ironic.
Would be very ironic.
I have seen a giant white eagle before in dreams in Ravenwood.
This is why we tell each other things.
No,
I
don't think we do that.
I didn't think it was that important. it was just a dream.
Nothing is just a dream with this group anymore.
I'm starting to believe you're some kind of ornamencer, Gayak.
What does that mean?
Ornamency is like the ability to have prophetic dreams. This is not the first time your dreams have taken us somewhere.
I assumed that the dreams I was having was just because of Thrisk, but this is not Thrisk. This is something else.
I think if we go further in, maybe have a look at that temple, we might be able to find some more answers. Staying on the beach is not going to give us anything.
There may be civilization here. I've seen plumes of smoke, and there is a water source, so...
Maybe they can help.
I suggest we keep our distance until we know the nature of these beings, though.
Of course.
I agree.
Of course,
I
but...
don't know the nature of my dream. It could have been a warning, so... we should be careful.
I'm gonna look over to Darian's lot.
Hello!
Look at the devil.
As you turn around and look at him, he's like right there as he's walking up. Hey! So, plan of action. The ship's fucked. But I do reckon it can be repaired. But it might take us a little time.
How long?
We need to assess the damage first, but I estimate maybe 2 days.
2 days? You could do that?
Positive.
That's incredible.
Well, it's just, a lot of hull damage. The problem is, all our supplies,
Go.
see ya. They're all, gone.
If it's food,
So,
I can hunt.
I was gonna suggest, we don't know what this place is, and, I've seen my fair share of, from La Trigua, some fucked animals, mate. Do you not remember that fucking thing we saw? I ain't going back in the woods, so, you lot are, excellent at, living. I entrust upon thee.
Captain, I don't mean to be insecure. I understand the ship means a lot to you, but
it don't mean a lot to me. Look, right. It's a filler.
Right, of course. I'm not sure how effective sailing is going to be getting us out of here.
Yes, because and I kind of like give Zuko an eye. Yes, it wouldn't be too effective because of the winds. We need to wait for better days.
And the mist. We won't know where we're going.
I give him a little side.
Well, that's true, but I don't want to stay here.
Yes, and the sharks. They'll be nipping at our toes.
What my friends are trying to say is,
when I was a whale,
the mist clears.
Yes.
Sounds like a good plan, but we've got to make sure the ship's right and ready to go.
You'll make sure you have everything you need.
Yes.
So we'll go hunting for supplies, for food. You focus on the ship. If we're not back by nightfall, I suggest you and the crew set up some sort of defensive measures. We don't know what dangers lurk on this island.
I can help you with a sentry if you like. I can leave a kind of golem to protect you.
Since when
what are you talking about?
You are just full of surprises, Storm.
It might. Don't let it make your people afraid, but I can create something to protect you in case something comes out of the forest.
Care to elaborate on that?
Terrible, absolutely terrible.
Let me try this. Okay, this is gonna be a long shot. I don't know how this is gonna work.
Took me a second. It took me a second to understand that.
I just got it too. How many feet is it? So I am gonna conjure up a 20 by 20 foot. The golem we saw in Sindri's tower.
How the fuck are you doing?
It's a major illusion, a permanent major illusion. 'Cause I'm casting it out.
I was gonna fucking say, like,
I know it lasts forever.
conjure a golem. Make sure conjure a golem is, or like building a golem is like a very expensive endeavor and requires a book.
Exactly. No, I'm conjuring it as a 6th level illusion spell, which means it cannot. It doesn't leave. It doesn't dissipate.
Brilliant.
Unless it's.
Is that your only 6th level spell?
We're gonna leave this golem illusion
Do we
forever.
not want to make me say that in case we get into a fight? I don't know.
Oh, it's okay. I'm protecting the people. I'll protect. This is
It'll make them feel safe.
Makes it feel safe.
Do we really care if they die though?
And they'll let that guard down, and then they will get killed.
We need a crew.
So
we can sail a boat. We're fine.
We're also
we
definitely not.
can't considering
We're not staying away.
So to flourish this, I'm gonna basically I strike my blade, and then like this kind of gust of wind whips around the sand, and the sand like forms into like first is the feet, and then the legs, and like starts to harden, and there's like sand.
Whoa! Wait! Can you make it look like me?
And as it gets to the top, the head has the resemblance of Darian's face with his hat on, his pirate hat. It's more like a sand golem with Darian's face. This is brilliant.
And he just walks up to it and looks directly up at it. What a handsome man! I approve.
Now I'll send him to stand by the ship. If there's any trouble, he should ward them off. And I send him to move, and he convincingly moves because it could, with his plodding of his over to where all the other crew are, and he just stands there.
You just hear someone say, "What the fuck did he do to Darian?" I'm over here. I'm all right. It looks like me. Yeah. He's just gonna run over it, but like in front of it.
I love him.
Right, should we?
Let's go.
Yep, let's go.
Let's go and get supplies, or let's go investigate that temple.
Both.
Both. Sorry for cutting you off, Zuko. I just thought it would be
of course.
Best if we didn't tell them. That we don't want them to panic.
Oh yes, no, that was very sneaky. I was just going to tell them.
May I suggest that as we're travelling through the woods, we look for supplies until we come to... Did you say it was a village that you saw, Gaiak?
I'm not entirely sure. It looks like some sort of structures, and I saw smoke, so...
Yeah,
well, we could keep
Why
our
don't
distance.
you be eye in the sky and we follow you through the through the brush? We can keep an eye on you.
We can hunt on the way as well.
How thick is the canopy?
Oh, that is a good point, though. Yes, is it thick?
As you kind of look over and begin to approach the tree line, it is a very, very thick canopy.
I imagine it's quite dense.
Can I control how far the drift globe is from me?
Yeah.
Could I be above the canopy and have the drift globe following below the canopy?
Use psychic
How
whispers.
does it say
psychic
on the
whispers.
object
And
how
you can just tell us where to go.
That's a good idea, yes.
Probably easier.
What?
Flip on psychic whispers.
Alright, roll for it.
How long do we get psychic whispers? 8 hours, baby.
Nice.
Just to clarify, if you use spell slots in that endeavour, that did not count as a long rest.
Okay, no, that's
Oh
fine.
no, of course I'm
I'm
not.
I'm
Did I
not
use any spells?
rectifying anything.
Remember what I
You didn't.
used.
No, you didn't.
I used my cape, so my cape's out.
So that means I have 3 left. Cool.
I don't think I used it. I just jumped in the way of a lightning bolt and took some heavy damage.
I used quite a few, but I'm confident.
Okay, so in psychic whispers, I'm gonna have. Oh, this is always such a hard decision. I feel like I'm leaving people out. I hate it. How many people can I have? 5. I've got to pick someone to leave out.
Kayak.
Oh yeah, the reason psychic whispers are up.
I'm gonna leave out Aria this time because
Cool, that's fine.
I think everybody else has been outside.
Well, everyone
so
else
far.
can just tell me where to go. So.
Yeah. There we go.
Alrighty.
We've got Rye and Vargas coming with us. Sorry. Did we already-
I'm gonna. Yeah, they are still here.
Should we
I'll say they
them?
would
they're
have been
gonna stay
part
with
of
the
you
crew.
having woken up. I think for the sake of this, they're probably going to stay with the crew.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
Probably
they
best.
can
That
I'd say.
More
Yeah.
hands with
I
the
would
ship,
say
yeah.
that
Warriors.
Rye might come over to you and just kind of approach Gaiak and say, I think it's best if some of us stay here in case anything does come out. These lot don't seem... They don't seem like they can fight. They will die.
Most definitely.
I think it's a good idea that you stay and protect them. Just FYI, that golem is just an illusion, so don't count on it.
Yes, make sure.
I don't trust magic anyway. And she begins to head
Clever.
towards the ship.
Cool.
Along with Rai, who'll kind of give you a hug.
I was going to say
Gaiak.
I'll give her a hug and then into the sky.
She gives you a tight hug and then kind of pulls away and flies up over towards the ship.
Start heading through the brush.
Same.
Alright. So you push into the underbrush.
Should we stick quite close by to the river? Because that looks like it heads towards the mountain. I think that'd be a good way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I would have told you that there's a stream that goes from like a body of water with a waterfall to
And
Gaiak, you're gonna
if
be
the
following
animals are there as well. If there is
directions the whole
animals, then they'll...
time, so-
And just while we're doing this as well, I'll kind of like alert you ahead of time if I see something worth like killing for food.
Yeah. I'm going to keep an eye out as well.
Can one of you tell Gaiak to just stay fairly close to the canopy? We don't want to alert any unnecessary attention.
I'm going to send that message up.
I'll try my best.
He'll try his best.
So you guys are... Sorry.
There you go.
You guys are heading towards the river then.
Gonna follow the river up.
Okay. So you make your way down the beach, meeting the river, and begin to follow its banks as it then pushes through into the actual jungle itself. As you head through, you can see that it is a fairly wide river with this fairly clear water. That there is some murkiness to it, and it is a wide river, like probably at least 60 foot across, and you can just about see the canopy on the other side as well. Well, not just about, you can see it, but you can't see very deep in. The actual underbrush is very thick, and keeping to the tree line as well, it's difficult to see through into the actual floor of the jungle. But every so often you can see these creatures that emerge from the trees, just kind of look down at you. They're maybe a foot, if that, the largest being a foot. Kind of looks down and then just begin to swing between branches and disappear between trees. Monkeys, lemurs, animals that are alien to this part of the world. Birds of many colours that perch on branches looking down towards you with curious looks. But you continue on. Who is heading the charge in here as Guy looks from above?
I think it's best if Eridel does, because I'm not in Psychic Whispers. I'll go second though.
Whoever's heading it, I'd like to roll me a
I'll be in the middle
d10.
of the charge.
So what happened last time we did this?
Oh god.
Me and Eridel have the best perceptions, so...
Alright. Okay, Eridel and Aria, both of you hear very distantly, though, amid the sounds of the animals and the sounds of the river rushing beside you. Actually, I'll put that on. You can hear the sounds of what appears to be like drumming in the distance. Very distant. But you hear it above the sounds around you. I'm able to pick it out.
I'm gonna turn around, look at Aria. Do you know what that is?
Well, it is a little ominous. Sounds like drumming, no?
Hmm.
But you guys can hear drumming.
Can you not?
Can you not?
No, but I
watching the
suggest that
trailer.
you tell Gaiak, considering if he can't hear it.
I'm gonna send in Psychic Whispers to Gaiak. Can you hear the drumming?
Can I hear it?
Roll me a perception check. As now you've been aware of it.
Would it be fair to say I can continuously guidance myself to make sure I'm not missing anything?
Sure.
Perceptione.
Alright.
22.
Yeah, you can hear this faint drumming, mainly because you're up in the air, and the sound is able to travel and not kind of get lost in the just the natural soundproofing of underbrush and foliage. As you listen in, it seems to be kind of coming from the direction of where that village is, insinuating that there's probably some kind of life there, activity going on, people perhaps playing music. As you fly over and continue to follow the party, every so often the rest of you can see him come over the river where there isn't underbrush. It's one of the only open portions within the thick of this jungle is where the river is, where the canopy cannot encroach over entirely. So you do see him. But Gaik, below you, it is almost completely thick, completely dense. The only time you can see the rest of your party is when you swoop over the river and see them still trailing along the rocky and sandy bank of the jungle river. And then Aria and Eridel, you hear the sound of like a bush shift, like a to your right, probably about an estimation of at least like 50 foot away, further into the woods or the jungle.
I'm gonna produce my daggers, tell everybody I'm gonna point in the direction, and then just do this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting my dagger out as well.
Alright, you pull out your weapons. Are you looking in that direction?
I'm gonna whisper to Eridel. Do you want to circle around and see if we can sneak up on it?
I say we circle up. Our enemy knows this place better than we do. It's better that we stay put so that we're in an advantageous position out in the open. Make them come to us.
Alright.
Seeing that Ara and Eridel have like stopped the group and pulled out weapons, can I just do a perception check just to see what they've noticed, if they haven't been told?
Roll me an insight check. I'm not going to do a perception, insight check. To see if you, because the sound has already happened. This is you kind of like seeing what they're, gauging their reaction.
17.
As you look at them, you can see them kind of like glancing at each other. You get the immediate impression they probably heard something, or something's been brought to their attention.
I'm gonna say in psychic whispers, I'm gonna point over into the direction and say something over there. Heard bush. Just stay put.
Shall I take a look?
See if you can see anything.
I'm gonna see if I can see anything.
Let's just... am I in the psychic whispers?
Yes, you are.
Everyone except me is.
I just say like, just no weapons. We don't mean any harm. Let's not give the wrong idea.
Well, what if they mean harm?
It doesn't hurt to be prepared.
Well, I'm sure we can handle some of them, but let's not be the aggressors.
Forgetting I'm not in the psychic.
Keep your weapons away.
I'm gonna leave my daggers out. I'm just gonna.
I'm not having it up. It's just like by my side at the ready.
I agree with Zuko. We know what happened on the road that one time with the horse.
Exactly.
And they were going to attack us.
We don't know that for sure.
Well, we don't know this for sure.
Let's learn from our mistakes, not keep repeating them.
Learn from my mistakes when people attack us and we die.
We won't die. We're fine.
Alright.
Clip it.
I just suggest we be cautious. We don't know where we are, and we don't know what this place is or what the people here are like.
Exactly.
So we don't need to assume that they're trying to kill us.
You don't have your weapons out, but you have one hand on them at least.
I just Just seems like unnecessary aggression.
What, defending ourselves?
We're not defending ourselves. We are foreigners in their land. They have every reason to be cautious against us. We need to go in peacefully. Or not at all.
If they attack us, then we need to be prepared. We don't want them to get the first strike. That puts us at a disadvantage.
As you are having this conversation, you immediately hear this. I can't do it. The sound of like a cougar.
It's an undead cougar.
Yeah, you hear like a cougar screech, and suddenly this black form erupts from the underbrush
jungle, guys.
and leaps at you, Zuko. And we are going to be rolling some initiative. So we're going to use this map for the current situation. With you walking in your lines, respectively, along.
Am I supposed to be so far away, or?
This is an older map.
Oh, okay.
So put yourself kind of along this tree. That's where you guys were, and we'll say that anything beyond this this tree trunk is the river. Oh, and Gaiak, you are up in the air, so you're
I remember
probably about there.
I remember.
Put some height in that you'd like.
This was snowy knolls.
I guess let's roll. It was, yeah.
Yeah, these knolls. They were strange.
They weren't regular knolls.
No, regular knoll.
Regular knoll.
Regular knoll.
Were we travelling in this direction?
We were heading across the map towards the right-hand side, I
I
guess?
got a good initiative for a while.
We're going to the right. Yeah, I'll be a little bit ahead there.
Yeah, you're going to the right.
The river was on our left, so...
That makes sense.
So you guys are you need to point yourselves as if you were heading in that direction. You were going right.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So
I was behind Eridel, so wherever you go, I'll go.
okay, because some of you guys are ahead of them.
Gaiak was the only one who.
So you are heading this direction.
Yes, yeah, okay. So I'd be at the front, and then
Yeah, I'll be a little bit.
Yeah, so you
ahead.
guys were closer together. That's basically what I'm trying to say. All right, I will bring up the map in just a moment. You guys wanna?
Let's go!
Yeah, initiative rolls.
initiative! I forgot about that.
I got a
my
double
initiative's
digit
been
in initiative
so
points.
bad recently.
Oh,
like I don't think I've got a
21.
double digit for ages.
That is low for you. You've got
Wow.
dexterity. Jeez.
There's 2 Alices on the map.
There are.
Wait, what?
There's one in the bottom left.
My master plan.
Alistair's twin brother is there.
I sent you guys here.
Is it evil twin? Question mark.
Still Malacrian? Or is it still
Oh, what is that?
Electrum.
Displace of
Oh,
beast!
Shite!
Displace of beasts! They're my favourite, like, D&D
Sam just got a
It's the first time I've fought one.
Oh,
Whoa.
Alright, Sam.
Is it a
Calm
displacing
down.
keys?
Displace a geese.
So where is Zuko? He's over here. Oh, you guys were okay. In which case, then I'm gonna have him
We can
swap
swap.
between.
You can put me wherever you
Oh,
want.
I wasn't actually
You can
here,
put it
by the way. I was just putting myself, like,
Oh, okay.
we can switch me and Zuko because that makes more sense, right?
Yeah?
Sure. So yeah, I know this isn't the perfect map, but it is what it is.
It is.
All right, let's move over to the combat screen. So here we go. So as you are, as you're having this conversation, you hear this kind of cougar growl as a black panther form leaps out at you, Zuko. It's and tries to kind of smack you with these sharpened tentacles that whip out the edge of it. And as you guys turn to look at it, it's almost like having a blurry vision. It looks like it's in multiple places within that 10-foot space that it takes up. It's hard to discern, and it rolled like shit. However, the only people that are not surprised are Eridel and the rest of you are surprised by this.
Oh yeah, that's what being overcautious gets you, boys.
What having a high passive perception gets you, boys.
Yeah, basically.
Warn me? You just let me get bitten.
Is everyone on the initiative?
Oh, I didn't warn
Alright.
you. I didn't
We
warn you.
literally
Get your
stopped the
weapons out.
party.
Alright, so as we kick things off, basically, Gaiak, you hear this kind of roaring sound, and kind of taking a second to be like, what the fuck was that? As you look down, you can see this black panther leap out from the underbrush at Zuko, and that will be your turn, Aria. It is you. You are aware that this thing was there, or like within the vicinity, or something was there, and you've been acutely aware of kind of the sounds happening, and suddenly it comes out. But the moment before it comes out, you see it out the corner of your eye, and are able to react to it as it leaps out. I'm gonna move it next to Zuko.
Okay, well, instinctively, as I already had my dagger out, I'm just gonna throw my dagger at it.
What a kitty!
All right.
And I'm gonna throw it as well. Where are you? There you are. 23.
23. Yeah, that will. Oh, you have disadvantage on the attack.
18.
But it still hits. Yeah. Still hits.
So that's 10 piercing damage, and I'll put a couple demon spikes into it. Let's do 2. Plus 8 necrotic damage.
8 necrotic damage. Okay. You throw the dagger at it. As it sinks into its side, it bursts with the necrotic energy. Do you have it return to your hand?
Yeah, I'll use another charge to return it to my hand.
Alright, and it disappears as a spurt of like red blood shoots out before clotting. As you hear it leap out, roar in pain. But as it does, as you hit, you see that kind of fading disperse, and now you can see it in its natural form, with its tendrils kind of whipping around, ready to strike. But it is whatever effect it was having on it. As soon as you hit it, it stopped. So with that, Kensei, you are surprised in this moment. Storm, you are also surprised in this moment as you both look to see this thing jump out and kind of fumble to get yourselves ready. As the displaced beast will take its turn,
and it kisses me.
It is gonna kiss you. It's gonna whip out its
big old teeth.
Big old kiff. All right, that will be a 19 to hit. Zuko. That will be, okay, 10 bludgeoning damage plus 5 slashing. No, 5 piercing, sorry. As one of the tentacles comes around and flips over from behind its back, you're expecting it to attack with its claws or jaws. Instead, this tentacle flips around, smacks you into the side, and the immediate brunt of the attack is painful enough, but then as it pulls away, you can see that it has this sharp, almost either talon, claw, or teeth in this underpad of its tentacle that tear out from your side as blood begins to pour. And then it is going to attack with one of its other tentacles towards Kensei. Oh wow, these fucking high rolls. That's a 22 to hit. Which I'm guessing will hit Kensei, right? Okay. So that is going to be 9 bludgeoning damage and 3 piercing damage, Kensei. I can't hear Jack. Can anyone else hear Jack?
I can hear him.
I can't.
Can you not hear me?
I can hear Jack.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. That was really, really weird. Like, I had to go and change your volume to hear you.
I could hear him the whole time. It's weird.
Sorry, you didn't say anything that was going to affect that attack, did you?
I can breathe into the mic like this.
Ooh.
Oh my god, this is not an ASMR channel. Let's leave that to, Anyway, yeah, so that's 9 bludgeoning and 3 piercing, Kensei.
Oh wait, no,
And that is not all. You hear a kind of leaping sound from behind you as another one that was hiding in the underbrush leaps out and kind of darts here and whips out 2 of its tentacles. As they whip round, you can see that you get the impression immediately as you feel yourself surrounded that these things have been hunting you.
Ooh.
And on Alistair, this thing is going to attack. Firstly. That would be, my god, I've never rolled so high.
Oh no.
23 to hit.
Yeah.
23 for 9 bludgeoning damage and 6 piercing damage as it catches you in the middle of your back, sinking through the armor. The other one is who is also within range. It's going to go for you again. It's targeting you. Another 23.
Yeah, that hits.
For 7 bludgeoning and 4 piercing. As these 2 tentacles, one hits you straight in the back and the other one in your upper left arm. As they both pull out, you can see it kind of flails the tentacles around and the blood kind of drips off them onto the ground. And that will make it Az's turn, but you are surprised, making it Eridel's turn, who is not surprised.
So, I'm gonna rage. I'm in a rage! And because I'm within 5 foot of someone, that means I get a sneak attack, is that right? Oh yeah, baby!
Well, you get, yes, yeah.
So, I've got both my psychic daggers produced already, so I'm just gonna chuck those at it.
Alright, both of them hit.
Nice, it's a D6 and a D4 plus the sneak attack.
That's a shame, that one.
Wow. Thanks, Z.
So that is 6
plus 23.
On that first, plus 23, so that is 29.
Yep.
On that first one, that's a big hit, and then what is that? 7 on the second strike. Right. So you take the daggers out. As it kind of reels back from the pain of Aria's blast, you take the opportunity to slide between its legs, taking one blade and shoving it straight into its head. You grab its paw and use the momentum to spin around to its side, taking the other dagger, striking it in like its upper shoulder, and scamper back to your feet, ready to strike again. And you watch it kind of reel in pain, letting out a screech across the forest, which echoes over the river. Which, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Nope, that's it. Oh, sorry, I forgot to add the 2 rage damage. 2 rage damage.
Yep. So that is 4 in total. Yeah. Another 4 damage. Alright. Which would bring us to Zuko, whom is surprised. Which brings us back to Gaik at the top of the round. As you all finally, those of you that weren't aware of these creatures, managed to grab onto your weapons and prepare to fight. And Gaik, you are up first.
Okay, so
as you now can see these 2 creatures having leapt out.
As I'm trying to get like a line of sight on the first one, I see the other one jump out, which is a little bit like further forward. So I get an easier line of sight on that one, and I'm just gonna pepper it with arrows.
This one right here?
Yeah, the second one that came out, yeah.
Alright, you're rolling with disadvantage.
13.
That just hits. You fire, and as you do so, the arrow looses, and as it strikes down towards the space, you think you missed it because of its displacing form, and you still manage to catch it in the paw.
Okay. And
as it loses that displacement.
I'll fire again.
Alright.
And I'm gonna make that one a shadow arrow as well.
Alright, so that first one. See?
So it takes an extra 2d6 psychic. And it has to do a wisdom save.
It takes 9 necrotic, is that what it is? Psychic. 9 psychic damage, alright. And it has to make a wisdom save.
Yes.
Alright. Yep. That is going to be... no, that's going to be 9.
Yeah, it fails, so it can't see anything further than 5 feet until the start of my next turn.
Alright.
And then with my third and final attack, Guy closes his eyes, and the green light that you usually see in his eyes shines even brighter through his eyelids, and I'm going to try and sharpshooter it.
Okay.
14.
14, that does hit.
23.
It is knocked down as you fire those 3 arrows. You sink them deep into its hide, but it's not enough to fully end its life. As it kind of reels back from the arrows, blinded. You can see it like nuzzling its face into the ground, trying to smell or sense some other ways because it cannot see. Is that the end of your turn?
I'm gonna just swoop in a little closer, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Aria.
Cool. I'm gonna run around the side of this one. So 5, 10, 15, 20 to there. So I'm flanking with Zuko, and I'm just gonna stab it.
Okay.
Oh my god! I keep scrolling down past the wrong thing. 20.
20. That will hit.
So 9.
Oh my god, you guys are ridiculous to hit.
9 piercing.
Oh my god, 11 on that. 9 piercing. Yep.
Sneak because I'm flanking right and I'm engaged with a thingy.
Yep.
15 sneak.
15.
And then I'm gonna bonus action disengage and just go back like 10 feet.
Okay, so as you take the dagger out, you kind of follow suit with what Eridel does. You run towards it, take the dagger out, you dart underneath it, sliding across the mud with the blade out. You shove it into its underhide and carve across its underbelly.
Nice.
As you skid out onto the other side, getting up, kind of getting up and then using that moment as one of the tails flicks around, you duck underneath it and roll backwards out of the way into the underbrush.
Very nice. I like it.
Kensei.
Well, little kitty cat. I'm gonna go ahead and swoop around here.
Alright.
So that I'm also flanking with Zuko.
Yep, you charge around pulling your blades out.
Zuko is everyone's favourite dance partner today. And I'm just going to go for a full... Actually, how many attacks can I do now? I have 4. I have 4.
I think 3. It's 3 or 4? 3, right? Oh, 4 including the bonus action.
Dual wield. So, yeah, I'm going to go for my 4 attacks.
Jesus. That is a to hit that is worthy of hitting gods.
Wow.
You slash your katana through the barriers of the plains. As you slash it, I know that's the worst part. As you carve across it, how do you want to do this?
Okay. Oh no, I can't move any further after this, damn it. Yeah, as it starts flailing around with all the tentacles, I'm just gonna spin around after it's just hit me, and as they're about to retract into it, I just cut them all off, and when it puts up on its hind legs in pain, I just shove both the blades to its chest.
Nice. As you pull the blades out, it goes limp, slumping into the ground. As you see this one over here cannot really see what's going on. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I don't think I can move any further, damn it.
Throw your swords at it.
Alright.
Wait,
just watch him for it.
That's 20 to there.
First delicate.
Wait. 10 feet, I can make it.
I love the struggle as if you were forcing yourself there.
Mate, I have 4 attacks. If I only get to use 1, I'm gonna be pissed.
Alright, go on, make your attacks.
25.
25, that will hit.
14.
Funnily enough. 14, alright. 20's, yeah. Yeah, that also hits. 14, 11, and you got one more, right?
13. No.
13? Yeah, that hits.
Oh, does?
That just hits. Yeah. Kensei, how would you like to do this? I don't know why I'm surprised.
I mean, I'm surprised 13 hit. Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, wait, maybe it didn't. Oh, well, it does now. It's done now. I've already said it. Might have been wrong there.
I mean, it's fine. If it didn't hit, I don't want...
No, it does hit. I've just checked its AC. It does hit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so coming off the adrenaline of that, I'm just going to immediately as it falls back, the first beast with my blades in its chest, I kind of use the motion of it pulling me forward as it falls backwards to launch my momentum off its body, just jump up in the air and as I rain down, just sever its head with both blades.
Oh wow! Yeah, you bring the blades out, bring them over, and just slide them across its head. Just falls off in one swift, like cutting through butter. Falls off, and the whole body just slumps down immediately. It is dead.
Before Zuko even realizes we're in a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zuko, you've taken these hits, and you get ready to start fighting, and then you just see Ken say, move over.
And both blood just sprays in my face.
They just drop down in an instant. In like the space of like 6 seconds, they're dead.
Wow.
Yeah, Kensei, are you okay? Are you?
I look around for more.
Yeah, I'm gonna look in the underbrush. You can see Eridel's got like daggers produced, ready to fight, and she kind of just shakes them off like.
I'm not sure if I misheard before, but did you say we saw people in the jungle somewhere, or did I just misunderstand?
Yeah, we didn't see people. You heard like a bush moving.
And there's like noise of music, right?
I don't know if we heard that.
Me and Aria heard that, but we didn't see any people.
Yeah.
I'm looking around now to see if I can see any more
25?
threats, any people, anything like that.
Go. Sure.
I'm gonna be looking.
25,
I'm gonna be looking from the sky to see if there's any like movement in the trees or anything.
All right, go right ahead. Make a perception check. Eridel, with the 25, you glance around through the underbrush, pushing through, looking around. You don't see any more of those larger beasts, but you do hear you hear something else, like something moving through the woods, or like some things moving.
Getting closer.
Through the trees, getting closer. And as you look up, you can see, maybe about 100 foot away, looking through like the lower branches, you can see that suddenly peering round from one of the trees is this. You want to say at first like a serpentine form. It has long, elongated fingers that clutch around the branches. It seems to be wearing like tribal gear, very loose linens. As you look around, like first it looks like a snake head, but as you look closer, but it has like a frill down its back. It looks like an eel. As it clutches onto the tree. And you can see in one hand it is holding an elongated spear with like a sharpened shell at the end.
Do I make eye contact with them?
I'm going to say that you don't, but you do see it like that far away as it kind of climbs up, and then you see its hind legs and slithering tail leap to another branch, and then disperse back into the upper branches. But you can see kind of the images moving.
Yeah.
Gaiac, you do not see any of this.
I'm gonna
you just see
stand
trees,
in
but you do
front
see
of Aria.
Eridel down below.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
stand
go on. I'm getting excited.
in front of Aria, and then in psychic whispers say, "Don't everybody relax just yet. There's something else coming."
Is it another one of those things?
No, it's something else.
Is it just one of them or multiple?
Multiple. It looks like something's moving in the trees.
Before anything else happens, I'm just going to use a 4th level cure wound on myself.
Alright.
I would like to fly as well. And I'm going to fly up near where Gaiac is.
Okay, you begin to fly up to meet Gaiac.
I'm going to ask in psychic
river.
whispers that everybody else kind of circles up, like, in front of the trees, just ready to, like...
Why do I feel like...
I'm going to take this opportunity to use my second wind.
Alright, okay.
I'm gonna.
At this point, you hear like the underbrush kind of shuffling. Quite a lot of it. From. So basically, your backs are currently towards the river. As in front of you, the underbrush kind of shuffles, and you watch these humanoid eel forms stepping out, kind of looking at you. Their heads kind of almost wobbling and looking. Around at you, sharpened razor teeth, bearing at you.
Oh, I don't like them.
Do we recognise them from the statues from the
Yes.
They do not look anything like
those
what you've
statues.
seen.
Okay.
Some of them hold like short bows made with like crude wood and like maybe woven vines as the string. Others hold spears with, again, sharpened shells. Others blades made with a crude, almost greenish metal to them as they kind of look towards you. And every few seconds, more appear. Some climbing above in the wood line. Some of them they haven't got their weapons drawn at you, but you can see there are arrows or more just like wooden sticks held in the bows as they glare down towards you. And within the space of about maybe 10 to 15 seconds, about 30 of them have appeared around the brush as they have obviously heard something. But
yeah, well,
roll me an insight check. One of you roll me an insight check. One of you. You decide.
Can I while this going?
Alright, she already did it.
Am I close to Aria?
Sorry, it's just you said roll me an insight check and then you said one of you. I was like, oh.
I think you have the highest insight.
It's fine. It's fine.
Am I close to Aria?
Yeah, so all of you are kind of clustered together.
I'm going to whisper to Aria.
Pushed back.
It might be a good time if we could have a linguist.
Okay.
So, as you're having that conversation, let me just say what Eridel sees with her 15. As you look at them, you can see some of them have like small animals over their shoulder. One of them has like 3 like boa constrictors that you think like are pets at first, but their tongues are kind of flaccid, and they are definitely deceased with like small arrows notched in their heads. Some of them have like maybe small mammals. You're not entirely sure what they are. Like furred, like almost like rats, but they're kind of white and black. This looks like, to you, Eridel, you kind of get the impression that this could be like a very large hunting party. As one of them kind of looks down towards the one of the displaced beasts.
What language is it?
None of you speak this language.
Okay. I thought I was going to attempt something.
I'm not even going to bother asking.
Can you not comprehend language, is it?
Let me just check.
Take it. It's yours if you want it.
If it works on...
You see 2 of them kind of like approach out of the wood line.
You'd have to give
move over to the displaced beast and kind of prod it with a spear. And then they kind of like seem to be having some kind of discussion. It is indeed not.
Yes.
What if we've just killed them?
I can, but you'd have to give me 10 minutes.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I thought you could do it on the fly, but no, true.
It's a
Yeah.
ritual spell for me, so it'd take a while.
Can I insight?
As you guys are...
sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, go right ahead.
Can I insight whether they look like they're annoyed about us killing the beasts, or do they look?
Go right ahead. Yeah, roll me an insight check.
Are they happy about it, or have we just killed their dogs?
With a 25, man. You can see like. You get the impression, you come from a place that with a lot of honour in hunting and stuff. You get the impression that they're definitely hunters. They've probably been hunting these creatures, just kind of their disposition, and you may have just interrupted a very important ritual.
Oh, shit.
Like you kind of get that. You think about the drumming that you heard. You think about the group of them that there are. And you think about events at home that might mimic situations like this. It wouldn't be too far to believe that you may have accidentally stumbled into something. And you can see one of them now getting very annoyed as 3 of them pull their bows back. And as they do, you hear the water behind you surge as a massive wave spills over and crashes over you. And like when I say over you, over the top of you and into the tree line, and immediately they scarper.
What?
Like within a few seconds, they're gone.
Do we get hit by it?
Do me and Kayak?
You do not. It goes over your. So you 2 above the water just see the surge of water, and it happens in a split second. And the water of the river is like still churning, but settles. But Zuko and Gaiak, as you look down, your party are there, hit by the water. But this wave has dispersed into the woods and just begins to absorb back into the ground. But you can now see those who, well, Aria and Eridale with the best passive perceptions can see these creatures dispersing into the woodline.
It's gonna be alive, yo.
And that is where we're going to take our break.
What has happened?
What is going on?
This is the wacky episode. This is the beach episode.
What if we just upset like the deity of this island?
Episode.
But then why did it not hurt us? Why did it
it protects
attack
us.
them?
Maybe we upset. Maybe they have upset it because we interrupted the ritual and it's angry at them.
Before we...
Well,
we automatically assume that we're the problem, huh?
What you saying, Jack?
Wait,
guys, I can't hear Jack very well. Jack, what you saying?
Before anything else, can we ask the community, if anyone does fan art, please do fan art of the beach episode of
Yes.
of Ferra Carta.
It's just Darian making sandcastles of himself.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god, Darian is just going to be the NPC of this campaign, I swear to God. Thank you very much for watching the first part of
I didn't
our
realise we
last
were on break
session.
yet.
It's been a bit of a fuckfest at the beginning, but I thank you for bearing with. So we'll be back after these messages. See you in about, we'll say 10 minutes. We'll come back about 5 parts. If not a little before, we'll see. Bye! Hello, welcome back. Welcome back.
Wait, you guys are in jail?
Before
What?
we left up and back, before we left off, you guys had awoken having shipwrecked on this mysterious, mist-shrouded island, jungles galore ahead of you. Deciding that the rest of the crew should stay and repair the ship, you would find food hunting in the jungle itself. You trailed along the riverside, eventually being set upon by a few displacer beasts which you dispatched with ease. However, upon their decimation, you quickly heard and were subsequently confronted by at least 30 of these eel folk individuals, clearly tribesmen of this strange island that you have found yourself upon. However, just as they seemed to grow a moment of aggression towards you, a large wave spilled over from the river behind you, crashing into the jungle floor beyond, sending them fleeing, as the rest of you were, those of you on the ground, untouched by this wave that went directly over your heads. And now, as the water begins to settle, Zuko Gaiak, a moment of fear washing over you as you see your party being enveloped by water, now see as the wave and the water kind of spills over and settles, they are untouched as the river kind of sloshes and eventually settles. What would you like to do?
Bye!
Leave. I'm gonna fly back down to the group. What happened?
You fucking tell me.
Can I go to the water and see if there's anything in there?
Roll a perception check.
Yeah, what?
13. Look down into the water. Don't see anything. It's murky-ish. It's difficult to see more than a few feet within.
Do I see any water benders around?
Roll an avatar check.
What stat is that again?
I'm gonna turn around to the rest of the group. What now? Should we head towards the village still?
Shall we just keep going with what we were doing?
I point down at these like dead beasts.
Oh!
Do they want to eat those back at the beach?
Well, they looked... Oh, back at the beach? Probably not.
I mean, they needed us to hunt for food, didn't they?
Predators are not food.
Why not?
Because they're predatory animals. Everybody knows this. You don't hunt predators unless it's for furs.
But why?
Why did you say... Okay, no, never mind.
That's how it's always been, and that's how it will stay.
But is the meat bad?
But food is food.
It is against nature.
And if you were starving, Aradel, just say it. If you were starving, would you eat? Would you still not eat it?
If I was starving, I'd eat you.
I'm pretty sure if we left those...
I don't know where that came from, but sure. Jeez.
I think she's saying you're not a predator.
I'm going to do detect magic while this conversation's going on. On the river.
Alright, well, you just do it around you, so you can detect things within a 30-foot radius, I believe, for 10 minutes. Right, yeah, you close your eyes and kind of tap into that magical nature that has been gifted to you. And as you open your eyes, they kind of gloss over sort of almost burgundy colour as you glance around. And do you know what? I'm going to flavour in this moment. Your detect magic is more of a kind of scent. You can just smell almost this animalistic scent about sense about you to be able to pick up like the arcane through smell. As you look around, within 30 foot of you, there is no magic other than what you expect from your
getting anything
friends.
From the river.
I say we just head to the village. If we let them know that we're not hostile, we didn't mean to interrupt their hunt, maybe.
But they didn't seem to speak a language any of us understood.
We can get by. Oh! Psychic whispers works for people if they speak a language.
Does anyone know any ways to... That's good, but they might... Will they be upset at us speaking into their minds?
Speaking directly into their heads.
We can try to explain. It's not like we have a lot of other options rather than just gesturing to the mountain and going...
You're right.
Well, we have Aria who can, if she does like the ritual thing, she can understand.
Give me 10 minutes, I can understand.
How long does that last?
But can they understand you?
It lasts...
Can they understand you if you use comprehend languages?
Give me just a moment. For the duration, I can understand any spoken language that I hear and understand any written language that I see. So I have to be touching the surface of that. It lasts an hour.
They would be able to we wouldn't be able to talk to them.
It doesn't say anything about me being able to talk to them.
If we can
What
get...
is this for? Comprehend?
Comprehend languages.
Yeah, there's other spells
it's not
like
tongues.
tongues.
Tongues is what you'd need for that, yeah.
Yeah. It allows you to understand their language.
So I can understand it, and, well, it's heard and written. Can't speak it.
At least we
For
know
now.
what they want from us, or if they're being hostile.
If we can get closer, and then we can give you 10 minutes to cast that, and we can head in.
I mean, they'll be
Can
pretty
you
hostile
communicate
to
with them?
us.
That's the problem.
No. But I'm sure we can figure something out.
I'm just saying that if we use psychic whispers, I can communicate one way, they can communicate the other.
Yes.
Oh, you do the talking then.
It's...
You can use your amazing charm to charm them, Erida.
Well, I think you should know already that I can actually be quite charming. You've said so yourself, and I'm gonna walk off in another direction.
I'm gonna fly back up
Oh, the
to...
fearless leader, guys.
I fly back up to Gaiak. Things are getting a little tense down there. I think I'll stay up here.
Does she actually know what the village is?
Huh?
Who are you saying that to?
Does she actually know what the village is?
Yeah, she's just walking off in a
I'm
random
following
direction.
upriver. I'm going upriver the way that we were going.
No.
I'll continue to, like, guide them away.
Alright. As you continue on, following the riverbank, you do begin to notice that the lighting is dimming. Though you can't see the sun, you do notice that the general lighting around you is beginning to dim and darken. Those of you that are on the ground certainly notice this, as the distant parts of the woods, though originally obscured anyway, begin to fade into almost pitch black. You cannot see too far beyond, where the canopy already blocks a lot of light, and that little that's now trickling through is not enough to light it anymore.
As
it is beginning to kind of reach that twilight hour. The sky is filling with this fuzzy orange and reddish glow as you continue on.
At one point, as I kind of like fly over the stream, I'm gonna kind of like bat my drift globe down to their level.
Alright. Floats down, and you guys see this kind of glowing orb float down towards you and follow you along the riverbank. So you follow it for, let's say, another hour or so. The lighting progressively getting darker as you begin to encroach on that area where the lake is. However, as you follow the curvature of the river around a bank, or a turn, you see something. Not the village. Building, but not the village. It appears to be maybe 40 or 50 foot away from the actual sand of the riverbank, nestled within a smaller clearing of the jungle. It appears to be like a cottage made of old-looking wood, probably not the jungle wood itself, but the building is a single cottage, as far as you can tell from this distance, built upon stilts with a set of rickety steps looking like they go up 5 foot to this foundation above the stilt, on top of stilts. Various equipment seems to be there. You can see a fishing pole that seems to be like hanging up on the exterior wall by a frosted looking not even a frosted window. It looks just like a set of shutters and a wooden door that appears to be closed thus far. It is a lonesome building with some of the shrubbery kind of growing around that foundation. Curious sight.
Do I get bad vibes from it?
Roll me an insight check.
Vibe check.
Vibe check on the house.
Vibe check.
You've passed the vibe check.
20. Alright. As you take a moment to look ahead of the group and kind of consider the scenario and the situation, something in your gut isn't like roaring at you with fear or nervousness. It seems, as far as you can tell, it seems just like a single lonesome cottage building. But as you look across, you can see what appears to be like almost like a coat thrown over a fencing around the foundation on the outside. It's almost like it's got a patio, not patio, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a balcony maybe, perhaps, that goes around the edge.
Dais.
Yeah, veranda, yes, there we go, thank you. And it's fenced around, and there appears to be some kind of coat thrown over the top, which didn't look like the thing that you had seen, anything that the let's call them eel folk were wearing.
The eel-litted.
It looks eerily human-ish in the architecture.
Go and knock on the door.
You can walk up. The rest of you kind of, yes, catch up at this point. As you walk up, the steps creak as you approach. You knock on the door. There is no response.
Can I take a look at the coat, see if I recognise like the style or the make of it?
Sure. You take it and have a look. It seems to be kind of like maybe like a navy leathery texture. Looks like maybe a sailor's coat, perhaps. And maybe, I mean, perhaps other people have shipwrecked on this island.
Not the only ones.
The shutter seems to be kind of like slightly ajar.
Have a little peek in.
You going up as well?
Peek in the window. If there's a window, I'd like to little peek in.
Alright, roll me a perception check.
While they're doing this, can I just have a look out, see if anyone's like around us?
Why do I bother anymore?
Yeah, you can roll a perception check as well. Stuff. So Aria, with a 10, you peek through the window. You're looking into like a kitchen space. There's a very crude metallic stove, and some surfaces where you can see like knives and various vegetables that you do not recognise. Although, you know, some potatoes in there that you do, but otherwise they're kind of like, they must be like tropical fruit and veg along the counter. You do see like an archway to go into another room, but just because of the lighting and the shutters being closed, you can't see too far in. You don't hear anything. Alistair, with your fucking 24, looking around, other than the sounds of the woods, and you can every so often see more of these monkeys kind of scamper through the trees. You don't see anyone watching, or anyone, certainly not anything threatening seems to be around you, as far as you can tell. Nari, you do not hear anything on the inside, if I didn't tell you that already.
Okay.
Looks like it's abandoned.
At this point, the sun has almost but completely set.
This could be...
the sky is like a dark navy colour now, and as you look into the underbrush, you can see nothing. It is purely black. Those of you with dark vision can just about see the kind of black and white outlines in the distance, but it's still very
Is the orb producing enough light, or
it is in your general vicinity? It is.
Yeah. Okay.
But it doesn't stretch beyond the underbrush.
So are we breaking and entering, or
let's see if it's trapped first.
This could be a good place to lay low for the night, though.
I'm gonna see if the door's trapped.
Good idea.
Roll me an investigation check.
16.
You take a second to look at the lock and view it. Doesn't appear to be trapped, as far as you can tell. It also does not have a lock on it.
Does it have a handle though?
It has a handle, but it's
no
not
lock.
a lock.
Okay. It's not trapped, as far as I can see.
Let's go in then.
Storm, perhaps you should send a message to Darian that we may not be back tonight.
I am able to do this, I believe. Yes. Wait. Maybe. I'll get back to you.
I'm gonna start going in then.
You pull on the handle, which lets out a creak which echoes through the canopy as you push it open. Okay, thank you, Storm. I will bear that in mind.
Yeah, just as a thing.
You push open the door into the darkened interior. You're greeted by like a damp smell, and just that worn wood scent that fills the interior. As you open the door, you are actually now looking into what is a crude living area. There are 2 wooden chairs that have been crafted, and a longer bench-looking thing with like a chimney space. It is a living room of sorts. You can see the archway that goes into the kitchen, and then another archway with like a sheeted curtain over it.
Can I go to the archway with the curtain over it?
Yep, so you can walk further into the room.
I want to see what's behind the curtain.
As you pull the curtain back slowly, peering through, you can see a crudely made bed with some sheets on it, and a desk which is actually just to your left. There seem to be like some papers on there, maybe like a quill, but as far as you can tell, it looks kind of like dried. But there are some drawers as well, I suppose, on this kind of like desk, and there's a chair tucked underneath it.
Is there anything written on the papers?
I mean, you can pick it up.
Yeah.
If you want. I should pick it up. There's some text written on it in Trader's tongue. Which, as you read, it says, I, Count Creighton Waldner of Valoom, cordially open my home to you for a night of splendour and a lifetime of prosperity. And you see, basically, this full letter.
What was the name?
On
Count Creighton.
You see this letter.
It's the letter.
Don't say it. Don't say anything.
I don't. This is before my time.
Do I recognise the just? How long ago is that? 233 landing summer day. That's like 30 years ago.
That is about 30 years ago.
It's not before your time, Mitch.
It's not. No, it's very much your time.
The one shot.
Yeah.
Oh.
The letter we all received.
Are you guys all making your way inside? Are you kind of any of you staying outside?
I'm gonna linger just in the. Actually, I'm gonna go inside. Yeah.
I'm gonna go inside.
I'm going inside.
Okay. Do you close the door behind you, just out of curiosity?
I do remember.
I'm gonna hang outside and hop onto the roof just in case anyone comes back who isn't us.
How's that got here?
All right.
Question is, who is
You
here?
stand up there.
Yeah, which one?
Aria.
I'm chilling on the roof to see if anyone comes back to the hut while we're in there.
Okay. Yep.
16.
So the rest of you inside, what do you wish to do? Erido, you obviously find that. The rest of you just kind of see, like, in this living room where you've stepped into, a fireplace that is not... It's not got any kind of... It's got wood in there onto the side, but it's not burning. It's dark in here currently. You can see, like, very old, almost murky brown oil lamps, but they're pretty crude. A lot of the stuff in here looks like it was probably made from scratch or recycled, or it's certainly not like a. It's not like someone went to IKEA and bought all the stock and made a house just out of it. It looks like they went to about 5 different stores and bought a whole bunch of different furnishings, all handmade by crude artists.
Can I have a look around, see like what kind of person used to live here?
You absolutely can. Roll me an investigation check. Let's see what you come up with.
So like see if they were like I don't know, like a hunter or like I don't know.
No.
Whoa!
You look around. Wow, that is a fucking awful
Anyone?
roll too. You look around, but it's pretty empty in here. And you know you can maybe say that you're distracted by the others kind of coming into the building itself, but like it's pretty barren.
Did you say there was like a broth or a stew?
There is not, but there is kind of vegetables and fruits on a counter.
Okay.
Do they look rotted and old or fresh?
Roll me a nature check.
Okay. Sick.
Jesus Christ.
6.
Oh,
I mean, they look fresh, I guess.
How often has Zuko bitten into a mouldy bit of fruit? Like, it's fine.
Maybe. Would you like to bite into it?
I don't think I'm that desperate yet, but I will be like,
It doesn't look rotten. It's not moulding, as far as you can tell.
I'm gonna go take it off him. And
I'll toss it to you. Like, it's fresh. Have a look.
You pick up like this kind of orange-coloured thing. It's got like a rough outer texture.
Does it look good to you?
Is it rotten? Can I check if it's bad?
Right, mate, roll a nature check.
Please be like rotten to the core.
Where's my nature? There it is. 22.
22. All right. As you grab it and hold it and observe it, you can't see any mold or any kind of blackening of rot. As you kind of give it a squeeze, you're not exactly sure what kind of fruit or veg this is, but as you give it a squeeze, you can see like a little bit of juice spurting. If it doesn't completely collapse in itself when you kind of grip it, it probably means it's fine. As far as you can tell, it's fresh, which would indicate that this is not long sat here.
Someone recently was here.
It seems fine, which means that the owner may be along shortly, or will not be gone.
I would like to look and see if I can find evidence of tracks or like disturbance. Like, did someone leave here in a hurry, or did they just casually go?
Roll me an investigation check, Kensei. Are you looking inside the house for like signs of leaving? Right.
Well, perhaps we could prepare a gift for them, a meal or something.
Oh yes, with the
Yes.
random assortment of fruit that we have no idea what it tastes like.
Alright, Kensei, with your 3, you look around the interior. It's difficult. You don't see anything that would give that away. I mean, there's food on the side, but that could have just been left there. There's very little to go by.
I suggest. Oh, sorry.
Aria.
Yes.
As you're sat on the roof.
Oh.
You see some kind of form, darkened by the night, move down from above the canopy and kind of land, and then going from like a flying sensation down onto the sand, and just begins to walk towards the house.
Who is this?
Have they seen me?
They do not seem to notice you as they approach, and as they do, you can see as they come into a closer aspect towards you, you can see this person has an eye patch across their left eye. They appear to not have a right arm. The material seems to have been folded up and stitched on some kind of clothing. As they walk up, appears to be a half-elf of some kind and is wearing almost like sailor's uniform.
They're just walking towards the house. They're walking
towards the house and now kind of stepping up the porch. The rest of you now hear the sounds of the stairs creaking as the door opens. And you see this individual standing in the doorway, half-elf, wearing this pirate outfit. Who in the hills are you guys?
I knew it! I just finished the bite of the fruit that I've got. We're shipwrecked. We're just looking for shelter. We mean no harm.
We assure you.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Don't mind if I fucking do. 21.
Hey.
All right, 21. Nice. Okay. Okay. You see a very kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Not reserved, but like a tense moment of suspicion as this figure looks at you. Kind of catches eyes with Zuko. Shipwrecked, huh?
Yes, on the south side of the beach. Is that right, friends? East side of the island.
Takes a step into the house. Door still open behind him. You can see he has this kind of like a moustache and goatee that are beginning to slightly white. His almost shoulder length brown hair is greying in places, and you can definitely see the signs of aging. Perhaps looks like he's in his late 40s to early 50s. And what are you doing in my house, then?
We thought it was abandoned.
Yes.
We've only just noticed the fruit on the side.
You're shipwrecked.
We were attacked by some beasts in the jungle. We just thought shelter.
Well, we assume we may have angered the locals.
There is also that.
Right. Yes, they're not too kindly to strangers. Well, if you're going to stay, might as well have something to drink, perhaps. Run out of rum. He walks into the kitchen. You guys can see as he walks through that he is missing one arm and has this eye patch over his face.
Might we
You can see him now in the kitchen opening a cupboard and pulling glasses out, and you watch as he kind of walks over to one of the other sides of the room. He sort of shakes his arm, and you watch water materialize from the air and just form into this water hand.
Cool.
As he begins to like put a kettle on the stove and pour water in and the like. And you have this moment. The rest of you
how the river saved us.
Do you ask your name?
Been a long time since anyone's asked me my name.
You've been here alone?
I have. Kelton wife.
Hey,
there it is,
David. Wait for it. Nice.
I want to ask him about what happened, but I can't.
Nice to meet you, Kelton.
You lot seem like a very ragtag group of people.
You could call it that.
You could say that.
You get that a lot.
That was the name of our ship. The Ragtag. Yes.
It's a bit of a shit name, isn't it?
We didn't
It's
name
not
it.
ours.
Blame dipshit.
Sorry, Kelton. How long have you been here exactly? It doesn't seem like you're exactly local to this place.
Many cycles. I don't, I'm not quite sure of the exact time, but I know that it's been a while.
Have you ever tried to leave? Or do you live here?
I'm choosing to be here. This is my home.
How did you get here?
You're all very inquisitive, aren't you?
Well, we're just looking for a way to leave.
We don't know where we are. Either.
Ah.
We're sort of here by accident. There was a storm
People don't
and...
get here by accident.
Well, we didn't intend on coming here.
We got caught in some kind of wild tempest, and now we're here on a different plane. Do you know what plane this is?
You seem like a knowledgeable person. You know about the planes. It's, even I didn't know stuff like that until I found my faith.
I've been to a couple. You from? You are from Val-Aeria, yes?
Yes, I am.
Celalapsus? Yes. He gestures to his ears.
No, half.
Ah.
Half. From Razor's Reef. Not sure if you've heard of it.
Will I've heard of it?
South of the coast.
Probably not.
I'll say that you probably have heard of it. Most of you would have heard of that. You may not have been there, but you would have heard of it. So kind of an archipelago south, like directly south of the coast, like where Deep Bay and Bellinor are, and on the other side of the mountain range from the Pearl Isles, actually.
Oh.
So, that's where you're from, but where are we now? Do you know?
You see, it's that's a little complicated, you see, because we're not. This place is sort of like a bridge, point between our world and the plane of water.
Plane of water?
Plane of water?
Yes. It's,
wait.
I think.
Wait, so an in-between.
What a rift.
Would I have heard of that between Val-Aeria and the plane of air? Something similar?
I think you, as someone from those planes, would be aware that, and Storm, I think as well, would be aware that there are
those kind of bridges.
There are places that exist where there are like in between places.
So the veil gets kind of blended.
Yeah. Yeah, and it becomes like a bridge, or the academic term is a rift between worlds, where it's not entirely in one or the other.
Oh, I hadn't even considered it.
No, me neither. I just assumed this was some new plane I'd never heard of. Plane of water.
What's all this talk of planes? How do we get back?
Well, you see, it's not so simple. You know, I could usually create a circle and take us to one of those circles. I know, but this is not impossible. Not possible for me.
Being in a rift is better than being completely in another plane, though.
Yes, it's true.
It's sort of only halfway fucked.
Okay, well, that doesn't change the situation. How are we going to get back?
That is the question.
We need to find the source of where we came through. There's always a rift back, right? Can't. That's what it means to be halfway and half out.
I imagine, yes, you can go both ways. Does that sit right with my knowledge of a rift?
Yeah, you should be able to.
As long as there's
it's
no
not
other.
necessarily that easy.
Yeah.
But...
Well, it's not all doom and gloom after all, at least.
I'm going to turn back to Kelton. You said you're choosing to be here, so you could leave if you wanted to?
Well, it's I came here on my own decision. I was forced to.
Forced? You're in
sort of
exile.
Yes.
There's worse places to be exiled, I guess.
If you don't mind me asking, what was you exiled for?
A fair question. I failed to do something. Something with perhaps quite dire consequences.
Well,
You say you're from the coast?
I'm from Dayford, so
Well, yes.
yes.
I'm from the Third Isles.
What year is it where you're from? Like I said, I don't know quite how long I've been here, just that it's, well, in gestures to his beard whitening, quite a while.
Does time pass
Sounds
differently
good,
here, or you found it passing quite normally?
Well, I don't know how much time has passed. So.
I tell him the year that it is.
It is 265 landing.
There we go.
Nearly 30 years.
30 years in isolation. I'm surprised you're as sound of mind as you are.
Yes, there's been many years of just, silence.
Quite peaceful at times, I imagine.
Serenity, I suppose, but, every time that I sit and wallow in my silence, I'm reminded.
So you can't leave, even if you wanted to.
I suppose I could, but I've failed, and that.
Don't you want to fix that? Forgive
Sure,
me.
it's something I could fix.
I guess you wouldn't know unless you try. Forgive me for prying. I don't know what it is that you failed, but I guess trying to fix it instead of just sitting here in silence, to me at least, would be better than being here.
I did try. You are, if you don't mind me saying, young and naive. There's only so much someone can do, and if it is the honourable thing to do.
I can't help but agree. Some penances really do need time to ponder on. I found myself in a very similar situation to you. Far from home and failed.
The coast, how is its people?
Fucked.
We're trying to unfuck it, if that's the best way to put it.
You ever heard of an illithid?
I have not.
Giant tentacle creature, controls people's minds. It's raising an army, so we are trying to do the impossible and unite the coast against it.
Is this related to the barrel?
The barrel?
The barrel. I just assumed you said that it was fucked. Never mind.
What happened with the barrel?
It's a long story. I just assumed that's what you were talking about.
Is it something we should know about? If it's, it seems quite important.
If it's something an illithid would be interested in?
I'm not sure what that is, but if it's something that yearns for power, most certainly.
They are trying to conquer the coast.
And we are positive that they were attempting to extract those magical conduits. Remember?
Yes, that's right.
They're obsessed with them.
They're attracted to magic.
Oh no.
Well, if they wanted it, they'd have to get it from the last person who took it, and I can assure you and he kind of gestures to like where his watered arm is. I can assure you that he is not liable to pick it up by force.
Mitch, what have you done?
What did I do?
What did you do, Mitch?
Who has it now?
Who? Yes, who?
An evil person
Right.
set on destruction.
Well,
That
that's
doesn't
great.
really narrow it down. Unfortunately.
That is unfortunate to hear.
Perhaps a name so that we should be careful of this
Well,
person.
I'm not sure whether names will matter anymore. See, the object that this person took, I know very little about it, but from what I know, perhaps I should start at the beginning. I prided myself, you may have heard of my name, Captain Cobalt.
Would I have actually heard
Rebel,
of this?
Oh, roll a history check, all of you.
I mean, I definitely haven't.
Oh no, I wouldn't have done either. Too far away from me.
Yep.
History, where is that?
His story.
I swear some of
Okay,
these
Gaia.
stats just disappear from my sheets.
I know.
There we go, history. 21, natural 20.
Alright.
Captain Cobalt's a cool name, though.
This excites me so much.
Well, Gaiac, for some reason you remember it. You don't have to make up a reason why. Alistair, you know, it would be like maybe tales, discussion about kind of people on the coast. Or maybe you've read a book or heard stories. But Captain Cobalt was a famous pirate about 40 odd years ago who mysteriously vanished. And in fact, actually, you are near David. You know that there is maybe as part of your studying, you may have come across a collection of like a memoir written just before he disappeared and found in a shipwreck of a ship. You probably would have heard of that title, perhaps.
Wait, sorry. Say your name again?
Kilton Wave.
Kelton. Sorry, I've heard stories about a pirate, Kelton Wave.
Well, I'm so glad that my legacy has continued past my prime.
Kelton like that.
Well, it's just like you go on these adventures, you find treasure, objects, and sometimes you do jobs for people, but
I was like that kind of man.
you disappeared some time ago. I thought it was just a myth.
Well, I live my life as a pirate. I bedded many people. But, sometimes there are higher purposes in your life that you find along the way, and I realised that the life of swashbuckling is wasn't my destiny. But I received a letter, or found one, perhaps, from a prestigious individual in Verloom, and I found myself accompanying a rather interesting group of people, to say the least. I'm not sure you'll have heard of anything like this. What we originally heard was a place called Zeros, and I've
What?
never.
Sorry.
But it wasn't a.
Did you say Zeros?
Yes. Oh, you've heard of it.
So-
You've
It's
been to
Thrisk's
it.
fault again. It's Thrisk. It's him. It's always Thrisk.
Wait,
I'm not
wait,
sure
you've been
who
to
this
Zeros.
Thrisk is. Well, Zeros was not a place. It was a person.
What?
You're- Frisk, where the fuck are you? Sorry, just looking around.
Uh,
Like we're learning more and more about this individual.
I guess
Well,
I
this-
was wrong
what
when
I
I
was
said this
trying
wasn't
to
Thrisk.
Sorry.
this was the thing, though. Like I said, it wasn't a person. It was a place. It was a person.
Right.
Or was.
What happened?
well, this object, we were set to find it, called the Borderland Barrel. When we arrived, we found that it was actually embedded in some kind of creature. And, what was his name? A wood elf,
can't remember his name, but did he like being in people's ears?
That is a surprisingly accurate term. Do you know this person? That's crazy.
We know knew of a person who used to train under him.
Who now?
It was a lizard folk named Frisk.
I've not heard of a lizard folk.
Yes, unfortunately he's not with us anymore, but he was a part of our party.
It is sad to hear it. I'd like to have perhaps I left not on the best of terms with the rest of our group.
What happened?
Yes, what happened to your group?
Well, I didn't know a lot of them very well. We were mercenaries, hired for a single job, travelled there. We fought this creature, this thing that had been transformed by this object. And after it had been destroyed, it apparently had laid eggs. My companions would refuse to allow me to destroy them. I feared that perhaps it could spawn more. What kind of chaos and destruction could more of those things create, but that was the least of our worries. We were tasked with bringing this thing back to the loom, which, after realising exactly what kind of destruction it could cause, I realised the thing had to be destroyed. Bringing it back to the coast would be sure destruction for the entire populace, surely. Just one of those things. But that didn't matter. One of them, the aforementioned, a turtle.
Mitch.
Menolito, I believe his name was. Stole the barrel and escaped, but it was an opportunity. So what? I used my own abilities to catch up with him and pried our escape. And it was the last time I saw our group, and I can imagine they weren't best pleased with the actions, but I could not allow them to take that thing back home. I journeyed with him for a short while, a few days. I was biding my time, and then one night I decided I would try to take the thing from him. I was guarding it like the most precious thing in the world. I knew that whatever intent he had with it could not be good. I'm not sure whether or not he realised my intentions and was playing me from the start, or whether or not he was just quick-witted. But when I tried to take it, it was attached to him.
Like it was attached to the creature.
Adhered.
Is it bond?
Adhered to him, bonded, like glued, absorbed into his skin. And as I tried to take it from him, he awoke, and we fought. And as you can see, things did not go well for me. I used the last of my reserves to escape, and that was the last I saw of him. I assumed that whatever destruction you were referring to was caused by him.
What was this object, the Borderland Barrel? What was it? What did it look like?
Like a cluster of shards of crystal, but changing in colour and shifting. It's like pure chaos.
Him saying that, would we have remembered the vision that... Did we all see?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You
already explained it.
Oh yeah, shit.
You had that vision.
Oh,
You
yeah.
You saw a turtle.
We recognised it to be a tool.
Oh, yes.
I think we've
seen this individual.
We had a vision of it, didn't we?
Was this the one where he killed the Aarakocra?
Yeah.
Yes, that was the one.
Oh.
You're gonna die.
Somehow that individual had that vision.
All of you had it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
When Thrisk and Vargas hugged,
There was like this.
there was a blast of energy.
Yeah.
It seems that this individual's fate might be somehow intertwined with our companions.
It would seem that way.
Well, if they went to Zeros, whether that's a place or a person.
Vargas is from Zeros as well, right?
Yeah, that the lizard folk we mentioned. His sister is with us.
Maybe you could meet
Wait.
her?
How
All
many
of those that were from that village died.
How many eggs were there that you tried to destroy?
This is the first time I'm going to do it. XDM, how many eggs were there?
There were more than 2. There was a clutch. There was at least.
There was at least
there was a clutch.
3 or 3.
Yeah, there was a clutch.
Yeah, it was a clutch. It was a full clutch, so it would be about 5 eggs.
5 eggs.
I'll recount that information.
For those who don't understand what's going on with the Borderland Barrel episode.
Watch part 1 and part 2 of the Borderland Barrel.
Good shit.
Available on YouTube.
How many siblings did Chris say he had? Because I remember he said he had a brother and a sister, but that's about it.
You have to remember.
I'm not sure. Are you suggesting that the eggs were Thrisk and Vargas?
Perhaps he said.
He did say he was from Zeros, so.
He said 30 years ago from Zeros.
That seems to line up with the timeline, does it, Kelton?
Oh shit, I almost killed your friend.
Oh my god, what? We're not even on the same plane, and but this world is so small but so large at the same time. Oh.
Anyway, this is all very nice, but the turtle's name?
Minolito.
Minolito. Anybody heard of him?
Nope.
No.
Been 30 years, perhaps he's dead, and I've not heard of him becoming a threat.
Did we see in a
We
vision
saw the vision.
the changing colour thing?
His eye was changing, right?
Yeah.
I believe there was that kind of like colourish change.
Visions are all well and good, but if he's
Don't you think it's strange? Don't you think it's strange that we had a vision of this turtle and now we've been mysteriously brought to this island with this man who knows him?
Right. Gayak had a vision.
Yes, it's strange. What are we supposed to do with this information?
Well,
it's
clearly this is all linked.
Strange and interesting and all linked together.
But perhaps we should... It's late. Perhaps you'd like some tea that I've just made.
Is it sinister tea? It sounds like you sounded quite sinister when you said that.
The way you said it made it sound like you've slipped poison in it.
Yes.
If I didn't want you here, I would not be poisoning you.
Message has been gotten
Yes,
across.
that's just more sinister than the tea, so I'll take the tea.
Yes,
He kind of looks at you, but like you see him kind of move his hand, and the small gust of wind picks up, and the cup lifts up and just pours into his mouth. Is that good enough for you?
Perfect. Yes, more than good.
If it's too hot, I can reduce the temperature.
Lovely.
I've had a long day, so I'm going to sit down.
Should we?
And he walks past into the living room and sits down in one of the chairs. Shit, I need to check something. Let's see if he has the spell. I don't remember my own fucking NPC. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Alright, let's just have a look here. I very much doubt I would have given him that spell. Nah, he's just gonna walk over and start lighting the fire. Alright. Manually.
I do have to say, this has got me thinking about if this barrel thing, artifact, was to come back into the area, the Zeros, and then Vargas was to go there. From what I sensed of her raw, chaotic field doesn't sound like something that should combine with something as chaotic as Kelton has mentioned. Doesn't sound safe.
Or perhaps that's exactly what needs to happen. Only something that chaotic can contain something like that.
Didn't Rai also have? Didn't you mention they both had it?
She just had potential.
Right, I see.
Like a slate, able.
Yes, the capability to learn. Gem or whatever.
Vargas, she rife with it.
Well, perhaps Vargas and Kelton could meet, and that could be productive for their own endeavors, whilst we discuss and figure out a way out of here. Unless, Kelton, you wouldn't happen to know how to leave.
Well, like I said, I came here with my own decision. I was guided here by a vision, by Murid. To this land. This island didn't always used to be a rift. It was only upon our half my ancestors lending here that caused these rifts to form. But this island did not used to be like this. It if there's anywhere that would have an answer, I would imagine the temple.
Yes, I had
the only place of iconography here.
I figured this
else is jungle.
You mentioned you had a vision.
I did. The vision of the island, shrouded in mist. I was swimming through the ocean and a large, white, pure eagle was flying above me.
I believe I had the exact same vision before we arrived, only I was this eagle.
I had mine 30 years ago.
I had mine but a few days ago.
When you were the eagle...
Fate is a curious thing. The gods work beyond the fabric of time and reality.
When you were the eagle guy, did you see someone swimming below you?
I don't recall. It was very short and didn't get a good look. Can I perchance think back and did I see someone swimming?
I'm going to just tell you did not.
Alright.
You couldn't really see the water until you got into the bay.
This
was prophesized then.
This white eagle, have you seen it since?
No, but I know of your kin. I've met a few of them in my time. You are descended from such marvelous creatures, are you not?
Yes, that's how the stories go.
Visions can be strange, up to interpretation. Perhaps Perhaps it was you that I saw. You can only trust in those that guide us from beyond this world.
You say you have met other of my kin. Where?
A long time ago in another life.
So we're heading to the temple then.
Do you wish to go now? You are more than welcome to head into the jungle. That it's not a lot of room, but I'm happy to allow you to stay for the night if you so wish.
You could take a rest. Yes, I think that
That
might
would
be
be wonderful. Thank
worthwhile.
Maybe just send a message to Darian to let him know.
Let him know that he's there.
I'll do that now. Yes, give me a moment. Anyway.
Oh, are you still on the roof? Did you want to still be on the roof?
How thick are the walls of this hut?
I mean, you can hear the conversation.
Yeah, I would have just stayed up there.
It's muffled, but you can hear it.
But no, hearing that they were thinking about bedding down, I would have come off and come in.
No. Oh, you got a friend. Where have you been hiding?
What's up? Yes, I was lookout.
Yeah, Vietnamese. I recognise the accent.
Me.
We're from Valoom.
Ravenwood.
Oh, really? That's where I've been there. Long time ago, but I've been there.
Great for you.
Anyway, are we taking watches?
Alright.
Do we need to?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Do we need to?
I would not. I wouldn't worry. I've been here for a very long time, and those I have a tenuous relationship with the locals and the wildlife around. No, not to disturb me. Otherwise, and then you kind of just see him wave his hand, and there's like a crack of lightning outside.
Well then.
Okay then, that's Wait,
but I'm taking the bed. Oh,
My name's Zuka.
Your bed starts a hurricane in your old age.
We didn't introduce.
Sorry, one of you were saying
we didn't introduce ourselves. My name's Zuka, by the way. How rude of us.
I guess if we're introducing names, I'd say my name is Alistair Daxton.
Never heard of it.
I respect you should.
I'm Aradel.
I am Gaia, kind of clear.
Cancer.
You can't say.
Cancer.
Oh my god, that was such a dad joke.
That's
It's ironic. You can't say.
it's not far from the
Yeah,
truth.
it's true. Yeah. Arya.
And I am Stings Like Store.
Well, make yourselves at home. There's some food around, but acquired tastes. Kind of gets up and walks over to where the silk sheets are, pulls them back and throws them. So he heads into his bedroom.
Who wants to sleep in a lamp?
Oh.
Oh yes, that's. Wait, can we all fit?
I'll be outside.
I'll stay
Oh wait,
on
no,
the
Thingy and Thingy aren't with us this time, so could we all fit?
Me plus 5. So one person has to stay out.
I'll stay out. I don't mind. I was in the lamp before.
I would actually also like to remain outside of the lamp.
Yes, we don't all have to go in. It's just the offer is there because that's where I'll be sleeping for the night. It's a
I'd
little
like to sleep in a bed.
cold here.
Do you have a bathing area in the lamp?
Why, Zuko? If you want to come in as well, you can stay outside.
Does Zuko turn red when he says it?
No, he turns violet.
Yeah, violet.
Yeah.
There's not yes, but it's in the main room.
Why would you have a bathing area in the
There's
main
only one room. It's one room.
Oh, for
Not
God's
shy, are you, Aradel?
It's like a curtain. There'll be a curtain. There'll be a curtain.
Val-Aeria, what is Aria's problem today?
Are you coming into the Lamparia, Kensei?
Why don't you take Carlton? Maybe, it's not every day you get to go into a genie's lamp.
Yeah, no, already.
Let's just keep the genie thing a little quiet, just in case. They are source of great
You
power.
hear like an old man snore from the other room.
Oh, he's gone.
The lamp
Yes,
is more comfortable than the floor, so I want to take a seat in
Alright,
the
good. Kensei, you sir, take my offer?
Sure, why not?
Alright. Boop. Everyone but Storm and Gaiak. And Aria's coming, right?
I'll come if there's a space.
Yeah, there is. So I leave Storm and Gaiak in the hut, and the rest of us pop into that little room with nice beds and a little curtained-off bathing area. I guess.
I just give Gaiak a warm smile. How are you holding up?
Fine, it's just a lot, There's a lot going on that just links in a strange way and doesn't quite make sense.
In that vision we saw, it was Aarakocra it was killing, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did I recognize that Aarakocra even down to like the color of their feathers? Like, would the color or pattern on their feathers represent like my clan, for example?
I'm gonna say they were probably hard to really see. They were covered in a lot of blood.
Okay. Any distinguishing features on their face?
Nothing that would be recognisable.
Okay.
I mean, it was caved in.
I can't remember if you told Storm this, but I know you told someone this. That you're like one of the last of your clan. I can't remember if you met if that's like.
Yeah, probably would have told him that. Well, he doesn't know where his clan is, or he hasn't seen them in a long time.
Yeah.
What?
Lot to consider.
Oh,
They think it might be Kiru.
Yeah. Yeah, actually.
In the chat, Elle's character from the Borderland Barrel.
What if?
What if he's gone to tie off quite a few loose?
Yeah, like Manolito's just gone round and just fucking finished off everyone who was on that journey. Or they got together to try and kill him and he just fucking...
Mitch, what have you created?
I don't know! I just made a mean paladin.
Anyway.
He happened to have a magical rug slung over his shoulder.
Just stole a little rug.
Is there literally just one room in the lamp? It's all like
so
basically.
it's kind of like a dimly lit, moderate temperature room with like low tables, a nice bed, and if Ewan allows us, a bathing area, because that's actually not in the description of the spell.
No, you have to be stinky at all times.
Stinky.
There can be a bathing area, like a little tub, perhaps, that's behind a divider.
Yeah.
So I was going to start passively aggressively undressing in front of Aria, making eye contact.
Right here. There's a divider over there.
Okay. Yep.
And she's going to go behind the tarp before anybody sees anything. You cheeky fuckers.
I would like to implement a one at a time in the tub ground rule.
Why would we all go in the same tub?
Well, I just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. One at a time.
So hanky-panky in the lampy.
I'm gonna go find some cushions to sit on.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Not quite the Hot Springs episode, but close.
Yeah, basically. I'll just sit on a little cushioned area, and just relax, rest, prepare for the evening's rest. And I'll just say to the group who are inside, what do we think of that Kelton? He seems trustworthy, right? Seems genuine.
Well, we saw him produce a storm outside, so
right.
I doubt if he wanted us out, we would already be out.
Yes. Are we worrying about this barrel, or is this not our fight?
I mean, my thoughts.
What? Sorry, no, I don't think I do.
I think it's not our fight. It sounds dangerous, don't get me wrong, but...
He had a vision of it, though.
I mean, it does seem...
If some Gaiak's party will eventually be on ours.
Right. it just seems very like too many warning signs for us to just ignore it. At least we should perhaps keep it on our.
Well, there are only so many things we can do at one time.
Yes.
Yes, but we need to stay aware of it at least.
Of course, but maybe we'll find something in the temple. Maybe you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You don't know.
Perhaps.
Just carry
That's
on
an offensive phrase. That's an offensive phrase.
You're not in the lamp. You're not in the lamp.
2 pigeons with 1
turtle.
Oh,
I missed that. What did you say?
man.
What was it?
2 pigeons with 1
turtle.
turtle.
Oh, that's good.
I'm not a pigeon. I'm an eagle.
You're a pigeon to me,
Pigeon boy.
Gaiac.
My cousin was a
Pigeon
pelican.
boys.
Look, why don't we just carry on with our journey, and if we
Yes.
run into it, we'll deal with it then.
I think you're right. And who knows? Maybe this artifact could end up helping us somehow if we do cross paths with it. Who knows? It seems powerful, or at least we can prevent it from ending up in the Illithid's hands.
That's what I'm more worried about. Yes.
Well, we should rest. We have a bit of a busy agenda, and there's going to be lots of hungry sailors waiting for us in the morning. So we need to make sure we bring them some food. We didn't actually do that tonight, which is a little rude of us, actually.
Oh, yeah, do I get a response back from Darian?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say you'll get a response back from him, just basically saying that he's all good and that they're currently working on it.
Okay. Oh, nice.
All right. So as you find some rest, is there anything anyone wants to do with their rest?
I started speaking, then realised I was muted, and then unmuted, and I want to before going to sleep, I just kind of want to sit on. If there's an empty room in the hut, if not like a quiet corner, and kind of sit down and envision that vision that I had of the island, and try and see if I can kind of get myself back there, and imagining seeing through this eagle's eyes and seeing the island in front of me.
Okay, you find that moment to try and meditate and think about that vision you had. Roll me a religion check with your wisdom modifier, which I think is just a wisdom check, right?
Yes.
Yeah, for efficiency.
Can I by any chance guidance this?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, because my wisdom's pretty trash.
Okay, 14 plus 3, 17. So as you sit down and meditate, you close your eyes and begin to try and breathe, running through the process that you've learnt from Kensei. And you slip back into a kind of dream state. And you see that vision again. A little bit more choppy this time. Hard to remember it exactly, but you feel that sensation of the cool air rushing through your feathers and suddenly the warmth enveloping you as you fly over this island and see this temple in front of you.
Do I see
the
Kelton?
bay ahead. Below you. Roll me a perception check.
19.
You gaze down into the clear, crystal clear waters below. And you swear, looking back up at you, is this elongated sea serpent, but with the legs kind of swimming through the bay beneath you. Its head kind of tilts up and looks at you. Rows and rows of sharp teeth. Now I want you to roll me just a normal religion check.
Okay. 18. Ooh, these rolls are fucking good.
They are really good.
Fire! He's on fire!
You're not sure. You've not spent a lot of time by the coast. But after the discussion that you've had with him, and what I should have recalled to you is that you remember that he has a lot of tattoos, a lot of nautical tattoos, and maybe you didn't think of it at first, but you could see there was kind of like a glowing sensation around like the middle of his chest, like a very faint glow. Think like Iron Man arc reactor. And this very embellished, elongated tattoo of a sea serpent, and for some reason you kind of see the similarities. And then you make a connection to Muit, the greater spirit of the ocean. And then the vision fades as you swoop over the island. The mist envelops and you disperse and kind of gently open your eyes in the dark, dimly lit, I suppose at this point, with the fire crackling cabin.
Can you send me that name?
I can.
Thank you.
No, oh, no, I spelled it wrong. Move it.
Move it.
Otherwise, you may also know her as the Tidal Queen.
Tidal Queen.
Yeah. Eridel. You sit and begin your meditation process again. I'd like you to roll me another intelligence check.
Not in the
charisma
lamp.
check, sorry.
Intelligence?
Charisma check.
Oh.
Charisma.
Cool.
No turning into an illithid in the lamp.
You close your eyes and envision kind of that notion of like moving through your mind. It's kind of like a darkness and kind of reaching through, and you try to visualize it, those sensations, and you spend a while meditating, and suddenly you are back in the room that you had that vision of, that dream. Except this time the room is stretched like a hallway, and at the end you see kind of like this out of focus form, and you move through, and every time you step forward it stretches further and further, and what goes from like a walking through tar comes into a brisk walk to a jog to a run to a sprint as you run forward, grasping forward, and as you grab on, finally making contact, you spin the form around, and looking at you directly is Aria's face on your body, and you snap out of the vision.
Oh god.
What does that mean?
On your body? Like,
oh, fuck.
Don't like that.
That's, you can actually do that.
That's...
She literally could do that, but, you know.
Yeah.
That's what happens in your vision. Anyone else like to do anything before they find rest for the night?
I mean, I was going to have a conversation with Aria, but I'm going to leave it if you want to have a break. It's just going to be a quick chat.
We could roleplay while you're seeing.
Yeah, we can. And yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Yeah,
let's do that. Yeah. So Sam, if you want to wee, go now.
So while Eridel's doing her whole meditation thing, I'm just going to like find Aria and just be like usher her over to like a corner of the room.
It's an oval room. There are no corners.
One edge of the
one side of this.
One side of the fucking room.
Walking on Zuko's dap by mistake. It's like occupied.
Is everything okay with you and just over to Eridel?
Asking the hard questions.
No.
You don't know? No.
No, it's not good.
Do you mind if I...
It's news to me.
Do you mind if I pry?
I think... I think we are just... I think we're both denying something that is right in front of us. You know, I think we're both holding on to something because it gives us happiness. Well, not happiness, but comfort. When really, I don't think it is.
Does that make sense? You're holding on to your relationship.
Because we both think that it is safe. But I don't think it is.
Zuko literally picks up his teacup and just on the other side of the lamp.
I click and cast silence around us.
Nice.
Area, as I say that. So what's
Okay
happened?
then.
If anything, something must have happened. I know you had a weird conversation. Oh fuck is that sound?
Oh, it's
Dad is practicing his vuvuzela, whatever it's called.
the chickens.
Bloody young people with their motorcycles.
You and Eridel had a very strange conversation over my unconscious body about the book.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I told her not to do that again, so...
I thought the door's opening it. Yeah, no. It's a weird-ass book. I think it's sparked something weird in all of us. But the book is not the reason that I think we are...
Yeah, she also mentioned that you were acting strange.
When am I not?
Yes, but looking back, I can also notice that you've been acting strange ever since coming back from the abyss.
It's the kind of place that changes you, you know?
Look, you don't have to tell me everything that's wrong, but all of this and everyone in the group, I do care about them and in turn you. I wouldn't have offered your father to protect, well, I wouldn't have offered to protect you to your father, whoever he may be, if I didn't. If something's bothering you, and I can tell it is, Kazari, you may be charming, but I can know when someone's lying to me.
I'm lying to myself, really.
Yes, I thought you would be better at it, but please just tell me what's going on. I don't like seeing you upset.
I think it was just nice to feel wanted by someone. You know my situation with my family. Spent a lot of time feeling not wanted. And Eridel, for a time anyway, made me feel wanted. I think I really clung to that like a safety blanket. But where her path leads is not where mine leads. And I think one day I know I'm going to have to let her go. And it's just there, you know? None of us want to really address it.
I've never really been in that sort of relationship like you and her. But about wanting to be wanted and having fun and your journeys going in different directions. I'm guessing you want the relationship to carry on after all this is done. Do you?
I mean, I would love to see where it could go, but
you feel like it doesn't match with her goals.
You're right. I want to see the world, and she wants to fulfill her responsibility to the Isles. Sucks, huh?
Yes, it does suck indeed. But what I can say is, with the conversations I've had separately with you and Eridel, she does very much care for you. A lot. I mean, all this passive-aggressive posing she's doing is... I guess it's sort of her way of saying that in a weird sort of way, I'm guessing.
Well, she needs to learn how to flirt better, because that's not very good with me.
You also need to learn to lie better, or not to lie and actually tell the truth. This charming facade, it's not good for you.
But I've worked so hard at it.
Yes, and I worked hard to create an entire new persona, but that got destroyed when Storm read a book, so...
You say readers for nerds.
I do think that we need to have a conversation. I don't. I know we have to talk about this.
Yes, you have to, but... if the relationship can't carry on, there's no point you just posturing to each other. If you both come to the terms that this relationship won't work after the fact that this is over, it can't stop you having fun while it lasts. Statistically, most relationships that we have fail. What's the point of going into a relationship if you know that? Like, you and Eridale do care for each other. And I know that you say you felt like you've been wanted. She gives you that. But look around. Obviously not now when we're outside the lamp with everyone, but look around. We, even though we have a weird way of showing it sometimes, I guess we all kind of want each other in a way. We're all fuck-ups with weird families. Could have all gone our separate ways when we realised how monumentally difficult our task was, but no, we're still together. Look, Aria, I and we care for you. Have a conversation with Eridale, and please go back to the way you were. Happy Aria. So I do miss her. I sort of just give her a little punch on the arm.
Look at you, Alistair. That was really, really good advice.
Yes, maybe I should start following it myself.
Oh, it's always the way, isn't it?
Yes.
Alright. I will speak to her. I will do my best for the sake of the group.
Oh, and Eridale promised me this, and I want you to promise me this. Don't have any weird conversations over my body again, and don't touch the book or open it, because it will cause something bad to happen.
What kind of bad thing will happen?
A bad thing where everyone within 20 feet radius will get affected.
Oh, you're very protective of that book, Alistair.
Well, I just don't want anyone else to use it, because we came to that conclusion.
Alright. Thank you.
No worries.
In the corner of the room, you see Eridale go.
I dispel the silence.
As it goes away, Kensei, can you pass me the goddamn drink?
Got some pent-up anger there, Zuko?
Could you not hear me? I asked like 100 times!
Jesus. No, I don't know who Jesus is. Offman.
He's a famous sorcerer.
I
feel like I'm shouting into the void.
I just lean over and give Alistair a little kiss on the cheek and pat his back.
I just want to do something. Does Zuko have the tea set that we told was poison out? At any point?
Poisonous tea set?
Oh no, that was like that little device thing.
Yeah.
No, that's just
Okay.
in my
I
pack
was going to
somewhere.
switch your teacup around with it. Just be like, oh no.
No, actually, there's a little shelf next to like the biggest bed with all the little knickknacks. There's like the broken deep base scent bottle, the little crab, the mask he bought, and that little metal device on a shelf, like all the little trinkets he's gotten so far.
Is Zuko looking at the shelf?
Nah, he's just drinking, just sitting.
Mage hand to move the crab just ever so slightly. See if you notice.
Best purchase I ever made. And he just kind of like puts himself in. Good night, everyone.
Good night. No, I'm just going to find a comfy spot to lay down in.
Yeah, there's lots of pillows
Nice
and
little
plenty
spot.
of ways to find that.
Kensei drives himself off from the bath.
Before we go to bed, I'm going to pick up a pillow, whack
Daddy,
Zuko,
sorry, Daddy,
and yell pillow
Kensei.
fight.
I just start throwing pillows.
That's all
always wanted a pillow fight.
Yeah, I'm making a fort.
Just literally just picking up pillows and just yeeting them at like everyone now. Just like...
Eridel gets hit with a stray one and just stands up like, right, who threw that?
Zuko gets carried away and just Eldritch blasts a pillow out the air.
It explodes and feathers are sent like flying across. And then suddenly all of you see like a kind of swirl of mist. My turn! And then he like blasts his hands out and about 100 pillows come flying out of like the ether and just like a machine gun go flying around the room. You get hit by about 20, Alistair.
I look over the guy if he's awake. I'm
Lamp
like,
just moves like an inch and then an inch.
Yeah.
Just moves a little bit.
do you ever wonder if you ever get a bit of FOMO, kayak?
Yeah, you just see the lamp kind of like shatter, like shudder a little bit. It just shakes. And then you see like he kind of, as he stops the machine gun, he kind of looks down and sees Kensei kind of getting out of the bath out of the shower. He just kind of looks down at himself, just tenses up a little bit more.
He's a muscle off.
And then just kind of like clicks his fingers and is just kind of like standing there with just a little dumbbell, that's it.
Infinite
Maybe-
he wants to have a dick med.
Fun game, everyone! Just during the evening, workouts.
Clouds around like Kensei's lower part.
Oh my god.
So it's just...
Well, I'm out of here. It disappears.
Kensei dries his hair, and when he takes the towel away, it's like a L'Oreal advert.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell, if we needed. This is definitely the beach episode.
I'm gonna look at Storm and just say maybe we should make them think that we're having more fun.
Yes, yes, we should.
And I'm gonna pick up the lamp and
All of you can hear this.
We can hear this conversation.
Yeah, we can...
I'm gonna pick up the lamp and just start saying like, I don't know, random things like, oh no, here.
I turned the page to this. Lots of words.
Oh, here comes the people.
the weed.
Are they
You
having...
hear a crackle of thunder as the sheet moves to the side. Look, I don't know what your customs are, but please keep it down. I'm trying to sleep.
Like, was a curve down and a guy can stop in the middle of like this role play sort of thing with the lamp,
With the
right
lamp
next
in
to
the
them.
hand.
Yeah.
Oh, we took it a bit
Most of
far.
us are gone.
Maybe, but sorry.
Did they just get told off by Kelton?
I think they just did.
Alright, well, as the
I'm gonna
pillow
get some
fight
actual
comes
sleep
to an
now.
end,
Yes, we need to rest.
the rest of you, exhausted, find some rest for the evening. And as you fall asleep, you find a good rest. And as morning comes, Storm and Gaiac, you awake to the sound of the jungle outside. And the rest of you are waking a nice, cozy lamp. Oh my god.
We just all pop out into the main floor.
I like to think we pop out with like some feathers just as well from the pillows.
Yeah. What in my mouth?
You all missed an amazingly fun night with me and Storm.
Oh, what a shame. What an absolute shame.
You also heard Kelton having to tell you off because of it.
Yes, we
No,
totally had to get told
that
off.
was me. I made an illusion of Kelton and made him say that, so you knew you were missing out on such a good time.
Inside check.
And Kelton thought,
I know.
Why would you need to make an illusion if you really were?
Kelton thought it was hilarious and he joined in with the telling off.
As you say that, you just hear a, did I? As you turn around and see Carlton stood there with a hot a cup of coffee.
It's all that tea you drink. It does things to your memory.
Insulting the person we're staying in the house of.
What are you talking about, Gag?
Okay. Oh, it's too early for this. Coffee, anyone?
What's coffee?
What? Coffee?
Yes, coffee. Not heard of it?
No.
Lava cup.
Quite nice.
Wait,
He heads into the kitchen and like pours out some like this very viscous black liquid.
Wait, who's never had
milk.
coffee before?
yeah, that's what I'm just
milk.
thinking.
Ergo, please try some. Oh, Gayak, you too, come.
What is
You're
it?
going to be.
You're going to love it.
It's a lovely drink.
He pours it out into like these little
If
porcelain
you're feeling
mugs.
low on energy, it gives you some. Pretty cool.
Yes. Don't drink it at night though, because it will make you not be able to sleep.
Is it like the spell haste?
Yes.
Kind of.
Yes.
Is
Maybe
it
not
like
that fancy, but yes.
is it like a prolonged
Well,
Is
guys, make
it
it shit
just straight
yourself.
black coffee?
Yeah, it's just straight black
I'm gonna
coffee.
take a sip and immediately she spits it out. Oh!
It is bitter. Bitter, bitter, bitter.
I struggle to get it in my mouth over the beak, and when I eventually dribble some in, I don't know. What does Guy think of coffee?
What does Guy think of coffee?
Can I roll
Roll for it.
You want to roll a d20? I don't know.
D20 and like, oh, even it.
Do you have any sugar?
Even he loves it, or he hates
What
it.
is sugar?
Oh, he loves it, alright.
Sugar. Makes it sweet.
Guy, like, as he gets a little bit in his mouth and swallows it, you see his feathers like, and he kind of like sits down and nestles into the cup.
One of the best parts about this is sometimes you can have it with milk. It makes sense.
Milk, you say?
You
It
can have
is
it with milk.
absolutely disgraceful. Why would you ever do
What
something
kind
like
of
that?
milk?
Why would you ruin coffee
Not
like that?
normal milk.
What's
Lots.
normal milk? In the Isles
What?
we have goat's milk, cow's milk, sheep's milk.
You could probably
Any
use
milk
any of
that
those.
isn't black. There's any milk that isn't black.
Why'd you have to bring up the black milk again? We keep coming back
Because
to this
every time we mention milk, that's the only thing I can think of.
I can't help it, okay?
Sugar. Right.
What does coffee taste
And you see he wanders off, opens the cupboard and brings out a little pot for you, Aria.
I just take a little bit and put it in Aridel's coffee. Try now.
Gonna try it. Does it make a difference?
It's a bit sweeter, but it's still pretty bitter.
She manages to swallow it this time.
Fuck.
There's a brief look of excitement on Guy's face, and I pull out a little caterpillar from my pouch and I just squeeze the insides of it into the coffee. And he just stares at it as it like falls in, and then sucks up the rest of the caterpillar. And
I turn to Cart. Is it Cart? How do you pronounce it? Kelton. And go. Now that's ruining the coffee.
Gayak, I just had a thought.
Yes.
That's caterpillar. If you hollowed it out, it might make drinking a little easier for you.
That is actually a brilliant. We should call it something like a
slurper.
Straw.
And that's all we have time for this week. See you next week, guys.
Make straws cannon.
Hashtag jacket for straws.
It's never happening. It's never happening. I will find a way. I counterspell your argument.
I can't remember what we were talking about. What did you just say?
Man.
Modify memory. Modify memory.
It's gone.
Shall we
Yes, what are we
head
doing
to the
today?
temple? Yes, we're going to go to the temple.
Or do we want to get food to the beach? We've got a lot of hungry sailors.
I'm sure they can hunt for themselves. They've got
Vargas
vargas.
and Rai can
Yeah,
help
they
them
can
hunt.
eat Darren if they need to. It's fine.
Okay, I'm just because we did agree that that's what we were doing, right? Getting supplies for them.
Well, we agree a lot of things, but doesn't always happen.
Yes, that.
The quickest way we can find out how to
Right.
leave the plane of water, the better.
Well,
Because they're not going.
we should let them know at least, because we don't want a reputation for being a group who don't stick to their word. Then nobody would like us.
I think that's a little bit too
Okay.
Yes.
So, up the mountain then? To the dark, creepy
Help.
temple at the top?
Kelton.
Would you?
Kelton? Yes. Yes. Do you know an easy way to get to the temple? Or is it just you have to climb? Well, unless you can fly, there's
A few of us can.
you'd have to take the passage up through the village. But I would be warned, the locals, there's a lot of history to this island. That temple, I've been there once before, seems to have been built by some kind of ancient civilization. I'm not sure if the people living here now are ancestors or descendants or whatever, or just some other group of people that moved in, but they seem to worship whatever deity they perceive that temple to be. But fuck off. You've been to the temple before? When I first arrived, yes.
Anything of note?
Did the locals take you there, or did you just go there yourself? I went there myself. Oh, okay. He like grabs a fly that is flying by his fucking ear. Sorry?
Is there any way to avoid the village?
I've worked out the way actually. If it's
If you can fly.
less than 500 feet, I can take. If you all go in the lamp, I can take us up there.
I could also.
We could all go in the lamp and Guy could fly.
I could just fly you. Yes. Save your spells.
Yes, but if you fly up there, they could see you going up from the village below.
You need to be stealthy.
I mean, it's a big birdman flying.
If you go
down.
high, go really high and fly over the top and then come down, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they're
It's
probably
like
going to have
broken
guards up
behind.
there anyway. Kelton, did they have? Was it? Is it?
Was it? Yes, that's a
created
good question.
temple? Do they
Is it
worship
guarded?
there, or is it? Is it a land?
They worship whatever they perceive to be their deity.
What did it seem like?
I did not. They weren't up there guarding it.
They don't go to the
place,
temple
not,
themselves.
Perhaps some do. I've noticed some of them venture up there as part of some of their rituals, but they don't. There's not perhaps what you would call priests or
Right.
that sort of
So
thing.
it's not always good to have people there.
I did. Sorry, the mask one was saying something I couldn't quite understand. I think the mask is in the way. Is there a way you can remove it so I can hear you? That would be better.
Would they be willing to
Alright.
converse?
Coming to get you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Would they
you
be
said it
willing-
again, but again the mask was like blocking the sound. What were you saying?
The masked stays. Would they be willing to converse with us if you were present?
Like I said, we have a tenuous relationship. I would avoid them if you can, altogether.
Are they actively hostile to everyone who comes near them?
I wouldn't say they're territorial. Wait, can you understand them? No.
We
We speak in a language that we can both understand, if that makes sense.
we killed.
Well, I was
some...
thinking more.
We killed some beasts that they were hunting. Would that be a problem? A continued problem? They didn't take too kindly to it.
How many of them were there?
Yes, with tentacles.
The shifting beasts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. They are some of the more prevalent game here. Probably one of the top predators. It's a coming-of-age ritual. When some of them are perceived to be adults, as far as I can tell, they hunt down these creatures. It's pretty important ritual, as far as I can tell. If you got in the middle of it, I can imagine they weren't too displeased about that.
Just avoid them, yeah?
We haven't asked you something. When we encountered them, a flush of water came from the river and washed them away. It scared them off. Was that? I had thought that it might be you, but you haven't mentioned it.
No.
Do you know anything about a water creature here, maybe?
I mean, there are elementals that we are connected to the water plane. There's all sorts of creatures here that cross over, so be warned about that. But
They have buster.
no, I'm not sure.
I meant to ask you, your tattoos, the serpent.
Yes.
That is, I forget the name. The Tidal Queen? Yes.
It is.
Is that to do with your religion, or?
Yes.
Heard of Muit because I remember something ages ago. We were doing like a questionnaire about something like a myth or something from the Isles, there being like a sea serpent. So would I know something about Muit, or?
The two wouldn't be correlated.
Right, cool. Ignore me then.
In that instance. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
The reason I bring it up now, in trying not to keep my dreams to myself anymore, is I had the vision again last night. Only this time, taking into account what you had said, I looked into the water and I saw you, but it was a giant sea serpent. It looked up at me and...
Then perhaps we are seeing through the eyes of things that are not us. Like I said, things are to be interpreted. Not everything is literal. That's what I've learned. I'm no expert in any of this, but I've had many years to ponder and reflect on my life and my visions.
Go and ponders
many
the orb,
years.
confirmed.
It's gonna make you roll psychic damage there. If you are incapable of getting up there, I can perhaps assist you with unloaded transport.
Ooh, what's that?
Well, how much of you wanted to fly?
I'd love to fly.
Oh, I would love to fly.
As in us?
Yeah.
Yes, I can. I haven't done it for quite some time, but I could. What's the right word? I suppose the best way to say would be I could give you the gift of being connected with the element of air. I could allow you to fly.
Yes.
I'd love to.
That would be amazing. Yes, please.
Alright, it only lasts an hour.
Flying again.
You better fly fast.
That's great.
Would we be able to get up
It is
there in an
fleeting.
hour?
You could probably get up there in an hour now.
Yes, let's go.
You're not that far away.
Yes.
Will, I can only make 3 of you do this though.
Right.
Wait,
Cool.
We can take him to lunch.
Zuko can make himself fly.
I can fly.
Ryak can fly.
Things like Storm can polymorph, right?
I can
Yes.
fly, yes.
So it's just Kensei.
Kensei's
Can you-
already flown with the cushion, so...
Can you polymorph into like a giant bird or something? Jay.
Yes, of course.
Can hitch a ride with Storm.
Good idea.
Want to
Don't
fly?
worry, I'll be delicate.
Flying wasn't very fun last time, though. Ugh.
We have to get up there fast, Kensei.
You can hitch a ride on my back.
Certainly better than hiking.
Or to save so much time.
This is like Geralt with portals. Like Kensei with flying. It's like.
Look, I'm going to be selfish. I want to fly.
I want to fly. I want to fly.
Yes.
I too would like
It
to
is
fly.
amazing.
They settled. You three fly, and I'll take Kensei up on my back.
Let's
How
do
much
it.
do you weigh, Kensei? You weigh a lot.
As you have that conversation, Kelton walks over to Aria, Eridel, and Alistair. Well, if you wouldn't mind stepping forward, kind of puts his hand kind of on, we'll say Alistair and Eridel's shoulders with Aria, sort of in the middle, and then you watch him close his eyes and the tattoos glow this sort of light blue as you suddenly feel yourself being a little bit lighter on your feet as he rises himself in the air and just kind of gifts you with the ability to fly. You feel like it's not kind of the same as like arcane flying. It's like you control the air, the flow of air around you.
Oh.
I just
allowing
imagine,
you to fly.
we're like cats.
Yeah.
You have just become an airbender,
I'm
basically.
gonna try and float up.
As you
we still in
kind
the
of
house?
consider that, you to float, you hit the ceiling.
Oh my gosh, you guys! This is so cool.
This is sick. I love it.
Guy, I can do
You just gotta-
yeah, do this every day.
You just have to think about the direction.
the amateurs.
Alistair starts doing like.
I remember being like that.
Oh, wait, we have to be quick. We only have an hour,
Careful,
right? We have to go.
careful of the lamp! The coffee! Oh, come on.
And that's how it happens.
Let's go. Let's go.
We have
flying.
an hour. Let's go.
I'm gonna open the window and I'm gonna like swoop up into the air.
As we leave, I'm gonna grab Aria's hand and just as fast as I possibly can fly like high up in the air, and then just like dive bomb back down again, holding her hand.
We'll give them a head start, Kensei, since we are going to be much faster than them.
I actually wait with
Alistair's-
Storm.
Alistair's gonna just try and go as fast as he can as well.
I'm gonna start racing him. Let's see who's
Fuck it,
quicker.
I'm fucking, yeah, I'm
Let's see who's
Where you
quicker.
go?
Fucking
Where are you
race.
going? Where are you flying?
Up the mountain.
Yeah, I'm
Alright,
we're fucking
so
racing.
you guys can only move 30 foot a turn. You have a flying
this
speed
is-
of 30,
Vex,
unfortunately. So you are actually slightly slower than the others who
I mean,
Whatever, I'm racing Alistair. I don't care about anything else.
If one of you wants to win, you can just bribe me. I have a 50 flying speed.
Alright, I'm gonna
I need
then.
money.
I'm gonna now polymorph, and I'm
Alright.
gonna polymorph into a giant eagle, which has 80 foot of flying speed.
I am also
Oh,
going to polymorph
wow.
into a giant eagle.
So suddenly,
Inside the house.
No, we left the house.
I can only fly for 40 minutes, so to be on the safe side, I'll use the polymorph.
Alright. Well, Kensei can climb onto one of your backs if you so wish.
I know that he's getting on Storm's back, so I immediately just flap my wings and propel in the air. Just try to catch up to the group as
As soon as
fast as I can.
Kensei's on, I'm gonna try and dash to try and catch up.
Alright,
Alistair's gonna
alright.
take,
Well,
like.
I hate flying.
Just to be,
So, as
I'm gonna
Sorry, carry on.
I'm gonna make my eagle like completely white feathered.
Blending with the
I knew
clouds,
someone was
nice.
gonna do it.
I would definitely say goodbye to Kelton first as
Yeah, we
well.
just said bye. Thank
I'm
you
gonna
for
say-
your
Yeah, he
hospitality.
kind of watches you kind of fly off.
I wave.
As Alistair's flying, he's just gonna go into his bag and throw like random shit that he doesn't need at Eridel to try and slow it down.
Oh my god. Right, okay, roll a random thing to see what we throw out. The book!
Yeah,
Just watch it fall to the earth.
Disappears into the jungle forever.
No, I'm more thinking
Well,
the
for that-
giant's eye and the giant tongue I have.
What?
The rotting
No.
iron
I
tongue.
mean, no.
Fly down and you
rotten.
watch it hit the lake below.
Okay,
So, for the
Alistair.
sake of brevity,
It's rotten, we can get another one.
for the sake of brevity and so that we can get a bit more done, you begin to fly up. passing the canopy, flying over the lake. You can see the cluster of buildings below, this kind of community space. Small ships that seem to be like fishing ships, and a dock connected to this lake as this waterfall that pours from an opening within a lower part of the ruins, pouring into the lake proper. As you continue up through the mountain spaces, weaving through the trees that hug against the moss and grass covered rock face, eventually you find yourself pushing up decently within the hour towards the ruins at the top. As you approach, you definitely can immediately recognize the architecture, the almost pyramidic structure, and greenish stone, which, even though it might have a kind of a green, even more greener tint because of like the moss and the like that may have been growing on it, you can definitely tell that it originally was made with that sort of colouring to the rock. Eventually you reach like the summit, where the only real surviving part of the structure still remains. Others you can see kind of ruins cracked and tumbled down the rock side, either buried within the jungle or hanging precariously over stacks that have been eroded over time. But as you land on the summit at the plateau, you come face to face with a very large opening next to a small path that you can see begins to wind down the mountain. This perilous trek that you have avoided, that these villagers, these eel folk, may or may not use to get up here themselves. But you now stand in front of the pyramid, in front of like an opening, steps that lead up, to a darkened opening.
Would one say it's a ziggurat?
Sorry.
What's a ziggurat?
A ziggurat, like the, kind of, it's like Mayan kind of temple things, isn't it?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
sorry,
ziggurat,
yes it is. Yeah, I thought
Pyramid
that's what
sort
it
of
is,
thing.
but I just wanted to double check. Yes, it is like that. That kind of pyramid structure, but it has like it leads up into an opening within the pyramid.
Does it have any resemblance to the temple that we were in when we saw the abyss?
It absolutely has a lot of resemblance.
Okay, great, cool.
You could definitely tell it's made by the same
Flashbacks.
individuals.
Dramatic flashbacks.
Okay, let's just be on our guard then.
No wandering off.
Yeah,
Separate
we
groups.
stick together.
Good idea. Oh, I'm a big giant bird.
So we're on
I'm
top
just-
of the temple, yeah?
I'm gonna sit there for a moment until people like disappear inside. I'm just gonna remain in bird form and keep an eye out. I'm gonna try and see if I can look down towards the village and see if we've like riled up the locals. If they're
Can I-
Roll a
can I
perception
join
check.
on that?
Disadvantage because of the distance. I
I
think.
do not have a giant bird sheet.
Oh, it is senses passive perception 14. You get +4 to your perception.
All right, I'll roll a d20 then. D20 plus 4, yeah.
Yep.
22.
22. You gaze down. I'm going to ask you to roll another d20 again, just because it's going to be a disadvantage because of the distance, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
we are.
that's an
And
You
instant.
also have advantage. Sorry,
Alright,
you have
as you look
advantage
down-
on wisdom perception checks.
On perception.
Yeah, keen sight.
Okay, in
You've
which
got
case,
keen
just
sight.
a straight roll.
So the 18 stands, I guess.
Makes sense for a giant eagle.
Yeah.
So you look down. You can see that the village, that these kind of tiny forms are moving around, but they don't seem to be immediately aware of your presence.
Okay. I'll keep watching them for a moment and wait for the group to start heading away into the ruin, and then I'll join.
Yeah, I just start heading in up.
Yeah, I'll start looking for a door. I'll
Okay.
probably leave the child to the side.
As you head up the steps, there is no door.
Yeah, until we found an
There's
entrance.
just a wide 25-foot opening, that leads immediately into this, what you could guess is like an antechamber. And this is what you see.
Ooh.
Oh god, here we go.
So, within this space, you can see immediately your attention is drawn to the center of the room, where a massive golden statue of some kind of serpentine entity leans upright in the center, sort of reminiscent of a cobra, but there's other features that kind of make it stand out a little differently. Its jaws are open, hissing, with its tongue kind of sticking out at the direction that you are, and it is very large. You can see that there's the back portion of it, its body slithers down and connects to like this pattern that slithers along the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. This kind of engraving. Its body is the walls, floor, and the ceiling. As you look up, you can see there seem to be like carvings of constellations with specific stars larger than the others. Though, you know, most of you would be able to tell this, that the positions of the constellations don't reflect the current night sky, which could be a different reason than what I'm about to suggest, or it could just be the fact that you know, the night sky has changed since the time this temple was created. But you see constellations that you don't recognize, and stars in positions that are strange. But you see 8 of these larger stars on the ceiling.
8.
8 of them.
Like the 8 houses? It was 8 houses, right?
Yeah. Well, there's more than 8 houses, I think,
No, so
but
it's not
it's
that
8.
then.
But it is 8 though. The number, it was the 8th house.
Yeah, there's more than there's like 12, I believe.
I'm going to look for any kind of writing or anything that looks like it's telling us directions, names of rooms.
If I was to like mentally connect the stars in my mind, would it make a shape, or is there anything around that would correlate to them?
All right. Well, I'm gonna go with Aria first because she suggested something first, and we'll come to you. So Aria, roll me either a perception or an investigation check.
They are exactly the same.
All right.
27.
27. All right. So looking for some writing around the room. You can see immediately as you step further in, there are no other doorways. This is the only room as far as you can tell thus far. You can see that written along one portion of the wall, there is some kind of text.
Okay. Well.
And as you approach it, it is written in a language that you. It is mostly written in a language that you don't understand. What languages do you speak again?
I speak Draconic, Auran, Sylvan, Thieves' Cant, Verlamese, Trader's Tongue.
Okay, you speak Draconic?
Yep.
Okay, so as you look at it, you can see that there are vague characters that kind of are similar to Draconic, though the language itself is in something that you don't understand. However, you do pick out the word. It's a Draconic word that has that the closest translation to, or the most literal translation of this word, would be the word vault.
Okay.
But the rest of the text you can't understand.
While Eridel does her thing, I will begin casting Comprehend Languages.
Okay, so you sit there and begin to go through the process of doing that ritual. Which we might as well go through now.
I just know she wanted to do something, but yeah, cool.
Okay, yeah, it's alright. I just wanted to say if she had to like head off or something. Eridel, so you're looking at the ceiling, right? To see if something creates a shape.
Yeah.
Roll me a perception or an investigation check. You'll get to choose. Perception 26. Alright. As you look up and kind of pick out these larger stars, you realise that their positions don't seem to be random. They're equidistant. And you think they might be... you could connect them in like an equidistant pattern to form either an octagon or a circle. Like they have like a uniform pattern. However, you do also notice as you look at the ceiling, there are like these vague outlines around through this constellation. that seem to be kind of etched even deeper into the stone. And you begin to pick up the accurate outline of the Restless Coast in the top left corner as it comes down, and then it's very strange. You know that, I mean, whether or not how much of like the Val-Aerian map you would be aware of, but you know that there is an inner sea. Whether you know the actual topography of it, maybe not, but you know that there's an inner sea, and there's a large trail that leads under the Restless Coast. However, on this map, it does not exist. It comes down to where Deep Bay is, heads slightly more eastward, and then curves down towards where the Pearl Dials are. There is no inner sea on this map. This is a very, very old map. However, as you're sitting there looking at it, you can pick out that these stars seem to be locations, or like, not necessarily locations, but like pinpointing places on the map. And one of them is over Bellinor.
Ooh.
Where are the others?
I think I've figured out.
Where are the
Yeah.
Oh.
The ruins.
Yeah.
I see.
Wasn't the language on the first orb that we found in something that was similar to Draconic but not Draconic?
Yes, it was.
The first orb.
Yeah,
Which
which
was
is the
in that
same as the
temple, right?
language in this temple. No, it was in
You mean underneath Bladestone, near Bladestone?
in the
those sort of-
Underdark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are the ones Aurelio was looking for. Those really they're Draconic or something
So,
similar.
where are the other stars pinpointed at? Like on this map, one's over Bellinor.
Do we get an image? Do we get an image?
Some of it is kind of faded, but let me just double check. You can see that one of them appears to be in the region that would look like the Dune lands, but the mountains there are kind of weird. There's not like mountain topography on there. You see one that would be in the region where you would recognise now as the Great Forest. One on the very far east, several on the far east of the continent, and one in one very far north, one just north of the Silver's Reach in the Restless Coast, and another one near the south of the Shivering Sweep, which is a region northeast of
Don't suppose
the Restless Coast.
any of those are near David.
And none of them appear to be near David.
Damn it.
I'm gonna just bring attention to the fact that it looks like the Restless Coast and like point up at the ceiling.
The one, is there one in the place that I would guess is where we found that orb?
There is one over.
Okay,
by Bellinor, yeah.
I'll point that out.
What if? Yeah.
What if this is linked somehow to those
The 8 orbs.
Didn't
Maybe
we
there's 8 of them.
Didn't we find one below Deep Bay though?
That was
Yeah, we found one in.
that was being
Deep Bay.
reverse engineered.
It was being
So that
created
had
by the
been
dwarves.
created.
That's why they had schematics for it. Yes.
It had either been moved or it was something.
It was
They
a
made them-
prototype. A
Wait, I
weapon.
can't. Are they
Yeah,
making
someone was
it
trying
or
to. Yeah, someone was trying to
deconstructing it?
recreate
They
it. I
were
think.
the
Either way, they've-
prototype weapon. They
I've put it.
Snow Queen,
I've put it
apparently.
in the
The Discord?
Discord. Yes, it's
Yeah,
in live.
Because I remember
Ooh.
making notes
Ooh.
on it.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Oh, it's like
So-
a big circle. What the hell?
So that is next to the. No, it is a giant circle.
Full Metal Alchemist vibes.
Yeah.
You're right. You're
Oh, wait,
right.
are these where the elephants are gonna want to attack?
Oh.
Unless it's some
That's
sort
a
of
lot
like.
more than that's
some
a
sort of,
Oh
crazy-
yeah.
Like. Oh.
Oh god, no.
That's a
You
No,
may
you don't think.
hit on the head there. It's very, very.
No, but this
Full
is
Metal
wait, guys. This temple is for like a draconic serpentine thing.
Yeah.
That's not related to the Earth.
No,
The
but I know
were
it's
after
not.
the orb.
powerful sites
So
of magic.
if they know something about what the orb can be used for, then...
Well, Zach.
Do you think that Orilla ought to know about this?
I believe so.
Definitely, yes.
I can. Let me take a sketch of this. Yes, I was going to say I've got my quill ready.
Might be able to read some of the stuff. If you give me a moment.
I'm gonna take a.
So as your comprehend languages finishes, you look at the text as it kind of rewords itself, and you do begin to understand it. As it kind of translates in your mind, you know, that way it kind of holographically comes out and rewords. You see, it says, "Long may they guard these vaults of 8. May she guard over the waters that keep them closed. Let the day not come it," and then the rest of the phrase is unfortunately eroded away.
Thank you. Long may they guard these vaults of 8. May she guard over the waters that keep them closed. Let the day not come it. Oh my god.
Gosh darn it. Well, that lasts an hour, so I'll just keep looking around for stuff.
Maybe you write that down. Maybe Aurilla's like found the rest of it on some other place.
I'm taking.
Do we have any magical means of restoring it?
Amending?
Amending would
work?
just
Make
fix
it-
the rock. It wouldn't fix the actual carving in the rock.
Yeah, it would not return text.
Perhaps we'll never know. Ooh.
You don't suppose they could have... No, surely not. Just an idea, putting it out there. That perhaps they have some correlation to the Church of the 8? They don't stretch beyond the Restless Coast, do they? Perhaps each one could signify
No, they
one
do.
of the gods.
I think.
All over the world.
Is it the Church of the 8 are considered new?
The Church of the 8 is the religion of the first people that landed there.
Also, the East has a very different religion, so I don't know if they would span that far.
Yes, it's true.
I had never heard of the Church of the 8 until...
It's only in the Restless Coast where the Church of the 8 is prevalent.
Whereas you have things like the greater spirits like Matahari
and Asifa.
Yes, they span all the way through Val-Aeria.
The orbs were designed to keep something in, right? That's what we found out?
Or that they were
just
using...
found one with something in it.
They were using this armor as a sort of battery, I believe.
To charge it. Right.
To power it in some way, yes.
Okay, the first orb that we found, was it powering anything? I can't remember.
It had the armor inside,
Yes,
right?
it guarded the armor. Who has the
No,
armor? Is it
the-
Kensei
the-
that has it now?
It's me.
Oh,
The first one.
That's the armor with the wings.
Was this
Yeah.
the one, the
evolved
very
armor.
first one we found with the armor in it?
Very first one
Yes.
we found with Aurilla.
Aurilla
Yeah,
mentioned
that
that
was
these.
the one with the armor in it.
Yes, it was. Aurilla mentioned that these were almost like charging points. That
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
the items
yes.
inside were not of importance. It was essentially
The battery.
the battery. Yes.
So what's in the other orbs then?
I would
Maybe
assume perhaps similar items if they have not been retrieved.
Do we
Or
really
nothing.
have to travel to each one? Is that what's
Well,
happening here?
Well,
we might not have time.
We won't have
Illithid
time to go
already
all over the
coming.
world.
Aurilla is already in the Junelands, and she's already told me she has been investigating the one there.
Did you find
Perhaps-
anything in it? Or
We need to have a conversation with her.
Yes.
like face to face? Like so.
For now, it might be a good idea to just pass this information on.
Perhaps this is our direction after David. We go to the closest one. The one...
But we still need to get the Drakenloft Isles in. David isn't the last stop on the Restless Coast.
We can't keep altering our trajectory from
We
what's
need
essentially a timed
we-
mission.
So many things.
Isn't it better that we at least have some small amount of preparation, even if this does affect the rest of
Yes,
the world?
I-
At the
That's
very
right.
least, the Restless
Yes,
Coast should
if
be able
this
to defend
does-
itself.
This could
That is why
possibly
I
mean
think
that
we pass it on to a professional. Like
Of course, we'll pass it on the information.
We need to keep it in the back of our minds that
right
the illithid
now,
may be more widespread.
we need to focus on getting out of here.
Yes, we can't do anything if we're
Can't do
stuck
anything
here.
while we're here, so let's keep looking.
I am going to withhold this complete map straight away from Urla. I think it's best if we talk to her about it in person.
Do I have any more flying speed left?
You have a little bit, yeah.
Can I fly up to the cobra's mouth? See if there's anything that looks like a trap or like symbols in there.
Roll an investigation check.
Oh dear. I might use one of my dice for this. Yeah, I'm definitely going to use one of my dice for this.
Alright, so that's
13.
14?
13, yeah.
13, alright. As you fly up, the gold is tarnished with time. And as you approach it, it seems like it has been worn for probably thousands and thousands of years. And as you kind of look around it, there's a few chips and dents here and there. No traps as far as you can tell. As you kind of look around and kind of look into its mouth, there's nothing that looks like it's going to spray out at you or bite down if that's what you were looking for.
Does this...
Is there any like symbols
13.
or anything?
You don't see any symbols. Its tongue is kind of like not falling out, but kind of out of its mouth. These two long fangs, kind of bearing down directly at the spot that would be below it.
What is at the spot below it?
Nothing.
Does it
Just
look
like
like
more
there
space. It looks
should
like
be?
It just looks like where someone would be standing if they came right up face to face with the statue.
Right.
Does this cobra statue look at all like the one that we saw in the ruins with the portal to the abyss?
I'm trying to remember what statue that was.
It had
It
like
was
blood on
a humanoid cobra.
No, there was like a big cobra statue and there was like blood
Yep.
on it in some
Oh,
way.
that,
yeah.
yes. Oh, someone's fire alarm is going off.
Someone's house is on fire.
Yes, it does.
Exactly like it.
It's very, very similar.
Okay. I mean, we never figured out what that one was for anyway, so...
Can I pull on the fangs on the teeth, just on the tongue as well, just see if anything happens?
Yeah, you pull on the fangs. They're kind of they're cold to the touch, as any metal is, and they don't really shift. You pull on the tongue, it comes off.
You just broke.
The tongue is now in your hand. But as you pull the tongue off, it kind of comes off surprisingly quick. And as you look down at it, it is wet to the touch. As you hold it, it is very wet to the touch. Like, it shouldn't be wet, but it's wet.
Can I look like where the hole that the tongue is stuck in? Is there anything in
It's
there?
out of the mouth.
Nothing.
It's
It
out
just
of
kind
the
of
mouth.
it kind of just looks like it's been like attached there. It's hard to describe. It looks like maybe it twisted off, like I'm not sure, but it's basically like a very not thin, but like almost cylindrical, and then it comes off into like it splits off into like the forked tongue that a serpent has, but it kind of curves a little bit, but it's mostly pretty straight.
Does it look like
but it's wet?
So, what kind of wet? Is it like wet on the surface, or is it like
It is
tongue
the whole
wet?
the whole thing is wet. The whole thing is wet, and you kind of wipe off it, wipe on it, and you touch again. It is still wet. It just perpetually is wet. You have no idea how it's staying that way.
Does it look like a key for something?
I mean, it might be, but it doesn't have the immediate look of a key. It looks like a tongue.
I'm gonna ask to see if anybody can find a keyhole for this or something that looks like this.
Has anything changed outside now that tongue has been taken off?
Roll a perception check.
I'm still a giant eagle, for the record.
You are still a giant eagle.
Can
So
I have
advantage.
a look at the tongue to see if it's like
You can in this. You can
magical?
in the moment.
22 again.
Nothing that you can tell has changed.
And the little people down below are still...
They still seem to be just going about their daily lives.
Alright, I'm gonna not be a giant eagle anymore and help out.
Okay, you revert back to your form. Alistair, you see Aerodel kind of curiously looking at this tongue, kind of floating up about 10 foot off the ground.
Oh dear.
They've only just gone, so don't worry.
How can I help? What's the sitch? Looking around the room, do I spot anything? Obviously.
Roll a perception check.
Anything different?
Let me know if you see any more writing.
That one.
Alright, with that natural one that's a 2, you look around, you're taking it all in, but nothing stands out to you. Not that anyone else hasn't already pointed out or found.
Right.
Can I see if the tongue has any magical properties to it?
I mean, you can, but you might need to get Aerodel to come down with it.
Yeah, true. Find anything? You're muted. I can't hear you.
Am I?
Mute.
Did you do
silence again? It's delayed, maybe.
Sorry.
That was just weird. It didn't pick up your voice.
A tongue.
You really like tongues, don't you? Jesus Christ. Can I have a look at it?
What's that supposed to mean?
In reference to the giant's tongue and eye.
Oh, the giant tongue that I was going to use to stake my claim to the throne at home. Yes, the one that you threw away. I'm going to throw the tongue at him.
We can find another one, don't worry.
Yes, it's fine. I'm
Wow,
sure we can
that
find
was a while ago. Jeez.
Yes, a rotting tongue. That's definitely going to stake your claim. I'm going to...
Yeah, you grab it. It's wet. It's still wet.
Can I see this?
Was it hard?
So, actually got it.
Is it still a metal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a metal. It's like when water condenses on something very, very cold. Constantly, like, condensed water on it. Like little droplets. Just damp. It's constantly damp.
Is there anything interesting? Go on, sorry.
Use detect magic on it.
It was like right behind you, as I'd say. That's probably
You cast detect
good
magic.
idea right now.
This thing is magical.
Yeah.
It's a one.
I'm gonna say that it's divination. It does not appear to be a wand.
Ah, divination.
I mean, it could be used as one, maybe, but it's not. It doesn't look like a wand. But all you get from detect magic is that it's magical. It's divination. I'm gonna say.
Does anyone have identified?
May I?
Yes, you're much better.
Bring out my pearl. Give me 10 minutes. That means. Wait, hang on. I think. No, it's not concentration. Cool. Never mind. But comprehend language stays up, so I'll just do identify.
Can I look at the floor in this room? Is there anything going on with the floor?
Roll an investigation check as
yes,
Aria
please.
identifies.
Was this the only room then, or was there further on?
Yeah, how many doorways?
As far as you can tell, this is the only chamber that still exists.
19.
19. Okay, as you look around, you can see that the walls, floor, and ceiling just are made up of like an engraving of this large serpent. It is like this entire room is dedicated to this creature. That is a serpent, but there's something other about it. Like it's got a grander persona than just like a big snake.
Right.
Like it's been deified, I guess. You could probably come to the conclusion that this thing was probably worshipped.
Yeah.
Just by the nature of this chamber. But nothing else like engravings or other, shall we say, clues come to your attention. Aria, as you finish the identify spell, this, whether or not it was its original purpose, you can tell that at some point in history, this thing effectively became a tuning fork that is attuned to the plane of water.
Right.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, bag that shit right now.
And I would say part of the identify spell, you could deduce that this thing could be used to guide your way out of the fog.
Oh yes.
So rather than it just being able to be used for a what's it called? Plane shift.
Yeah,
spell. It could also be used within rifts of the water, rifts within that lead to the plane of water could be used to guide your way between them. So it could be used to leave here and potentially, if you wished, to return through that rift. If you can find your way back.
Or go to the plane of water if we wanted.
Or to go to the plane of water with
bag that shit, dude.
So yeah, that you now have a tuning fork.
I think we have our ticket out of here, guys.
Do we?
Do you know
if we take it,
a fork.
hold up. If we take that now, and the locals find out, we're going to have much more trouble fixing the boat.
So let's not let them find out.
Can we make an illusion of one?
I can definitely do that, yes.
Worship. You can make a greater illusion of it in
Yes,
the mouth.
that's a good idea. They probably don't touch it. It probably just needs to look like it's there.
That'll only last an hour, right? Or 24
No,
hours.
I can make one that lasts forever.
There you
Oh,
go.
cool.
Happy days. Is Darian going to be sad? Is his...
No, it's I can actually it stays. There's no limit.
That's handy.
I've considered making friends.
Oh, that's so sad.
But you already have so many.
I do, yes, but sometimes I miss the wildlife in the Dudelands.
Scorpions,
Snakes.
the blue dragons.
By the look of the map, we might be going back there sometime, so...
Potentially.
Anyway, yes, I'll. Can I have a look at the fork, just to get a good idea that I'm creating it right?
Le Foc.
Le Fork.
I take a little look at it, feel it. Oh, I like the feel of this. Can I hold this more often? It's made out of water.
I don't know, it's kind of creeping me out the way you say that.
What? I like water.
Infinite source of water.
It
But
is
we put
infinite.
it
Hold
in the
on.
bag of holding.
Can I lick it?
Don't.
Lick.
Oh, okay, you licked it.
It's very salty water.
Oh. That's seawater. No use to me. Anyway, here you go. Then I is it quite high up? Like where that statue was? It's like 10 feet high.
About 10-15 foot off the ground, more or less.
Yeah, I've got to climb and I'm gonna climb up there, scratch my blade,
Okay.
and then it's like the lightning kind of etches this like fork there.
Are we keeping it in a bag of holding or something else?
Piers.
Probably the best place.
Okay. Just add it in.
Wow, what a find.
That is quite lucky.
That is a huge find.
Water
Is
fork,
there-
that's what it's called.
The tuning fork attuned to the elemental plane of water, and spaces between. But you could just put water tuning fork.
A tuna fork.
Alright. So, as you create that illusion, that form appears where the tongue once was, and appears to be, as best you can tell, a pretty accurate rendition of it. You have the fork, you put that in the bag of holding. Alright, what are your plans?
Anything else anyone wants to explore while we're here, or?
I'm gonna float up and just do one last cursory look of the golden part of the statue, just for anything else that might be hidden on it.
I would like to
Right.
do a sweep of the room as well, just all of the walls again.
Alright, those of you that wish to investigate the rest of the room again, one last check, you can make those rolls. Investigation or perception.
I'll join in on that.
Okay, a 9 from Zuko, 16 from
Yeah, I'll
Guy,
do
a
that
20
as well.
from Guy, a dirty 20
The
to
dirty
dare I say.
20.
I'm gonna have
I'm
D4.
gonna do it, and I'm gonna guidance myself as well.
Okay, oh my god, all these goddamn...
12 for me in the end.
23.
Alright, let me fucking double check actually. Alright. So you take a few last final moments observing the rest of the chamber, seeing if there's anything you've missed. As you all search and do so pretty thoroughly, you meet back up and do come to the conclusion you found everything that you believe of worth in here. No secret compartments, no secret doors, and no other clues that you can come across. You believe you have exhausted this space.
Alright.
So,
Head back to the beach, I guess.
perhaps now we use the lamp?
Yes, now we use the
I don't
lamp.
think you have enough flying speed to get down them without splatting to the jungle floor.
Yeah,
I'd
an
say at this
hour's.
point you-
Yeah, probably
the-
been out.
The flying has gone.
But we can do that.
Taxi kayak.
Gag, don't. Please don't drop the lamp.
It's fine, but I will start charging you soon though.
Alright, well, with that then, if everyone agrees to that, you are able to appetite back inside the lamp, and Gaiak, the lamp kind of clutters to the ground, and you can see the shaking of it as everyone appears within. You can take that and begin your journey back if you so wish.
Yeah, and on the way back, I'm gonna be flying quite high in the air and just trying to concentrate as best I can on just looking and seeing if there's anything else that catches my eye or just any other reason for us to be here.
Okay. Make a perception check as you begin your journey back.
Yeah, I will guide and sit. Oh, 13.
Alright. So, as you fly back, you can't see anything else that really stands out to you other than, the two villages on the other sides of the island, but you do see the ship in the horizon as you fly over the jungle. You journey you're flying in a fairly easy space to move. I'm going to say it's probably not going to take you much more than, that's very loud. You journey over the jungle a lot quicker than it would be to walk. So I'm going to say in the space of about an hour and a half, you are able to breach over the canopy onto where it relaxes onto the beach. And as you come down, you can see there is a lot of activity going on. The crew appears to be doing some repairs, and you can see a familiar individual along the coast. The man you just met, Kelton, is in the process of seemingly helping restore the ship.
Nice.
As you find purchase on the sand, the rest of you are aware that you have landed.
Yeah,
if you wish
I'll
to
just tell
exit
them
or
we're
not.
here.
Pop out.
Alright. They greet you as you approach, and you can see now the ship has gone under quite a lot of repairs and seems to be in a position of setting sail pretty soon, actually. A lot sooner than you were expecting.
The ship's looking good.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah, it is. We should be able to set sail pretty soon.
Brilliant. We believe we may have found a way out as well, so that's perfect.
Perfect.
How long do we have left? Oh, I don't suppose we know when we're going to get popped out, do we?
can I do an insight check to see if everyone in the crew's acting weird towards us? Like just a vibe check on the whole crew and
Sure, roll an insight check.
Insight, where is that? That's going to be 19.
19. I mean, they seem busy about their work. Those of them that are near you don't seem to be giving you odd looks per se. I mean, not any more than usual.
How's the golem?
Would he still be there?
Yeah, because
Does it last that long?
yeah, it's permanent. Yeah, until dispelled.
Yeah, I guess so. He's just kind of stood there every so often, just walking around.
What is my purpose? To bring butter.
That's butter.
Alright, so how long until
Actually.
it is ready to set sail? Would you say?
Well, under the current rate that we've been working, couple of hours. You think you found a way out of here?
We think so.
Yes, you found McGovern that can help us get out.
I'm
McGovern.
not sure what that means.
Item.
Cloven.
Right.
Not that I know what.
Well, I'll leave all the abracadabra shit to you lot. And with that, the repairs continue underway as the rest of the crew get to work. As the final parts are put into completion, the crew gets back on board the ship, and you watch.
Sorry, carry on.
Kelton is still here.
Yeah, I just want to go to him. You can come with us if you want.
Kelton kind of staring out into the ocean. Doesn't even look at you. This is where I'm meant to be.
Are you certain?
My time is done. It's time for fresher blood to go about and save the world.
Well, if I take it you can use magic if you change your mind. I'm pretty sure you can just send us a spell. We could come back.
Perhaps, but this place is disconnected from the normal world. Magic like that may not penetrate, but perhaps we'll see each other again. Take heed of what I told you. It may not be your fight, and maybe nothing will ever come of it, but rest assured that that monster is out there. I'm sure of it.
Well, like you said, we won't be here for no reason, so I'm sure we will cross its and your paths again.
Your shield. I know the symbol. Kufa.
Yes. What do you know about it, if I don't mind asking?
Only that it's the spirit of passing. I've known a few harbingers in my day. A few of them used to run the shrine in harbingers. I assume that's what you are. You are not one.
I am new to it. I'm on a journey. Please go on.
Harbingers, the faithfuls, guide people to their in their final moments. Sorry, I just assumed that that's what you were. Right?
Yes. 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 I mean, where did you say you found the shrine?
That motherfucker does not believe you.
Where did you say you found the shrine? Or the shrine that you knew it was?
Fuck. Oh. God damn it.
What's happened?
I'm just checking something.
Fuck.
Titlestead.
Oh, where you're from?
Yes. No, it's Triad City in Razor's Roof. There's a shrine there, like a temple more like, but
Could you write that in the chat, please?
Yes, I can. But as this conversation happens, the rest of you, as you're kind of gathering your belongings and taking it aboard ship, and the rest of the crew are making their way onto the deck, you begin to hear shouting
Oh no.
from the wood line.
Oh no.
As
Oh gosh, here
you
we bloody
immediately
go.
see a large number of these eel folk now protruding out from between the trees, looking towards the ship, as some of them are riding these displacer beasts. And immediately there is a charge as a small
go.
army of these creatures are like bearing down on the ship.
I'm gonna.
What do you do?
I'm gonna just say to him, "Are you sure you don't want to come with us? Yes or no?"
Get on the ship.
What about you?
Get on the ship.
I misty step onto the ship as soon as he says that.
Ship,
Alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly, grab Rye's hand, and just.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
You know that.
Crew members who are still on like the rigging on the side of the ship are like clambering up, and you watch as Kelton kind of waves his hand back and throws his hand forward as you watch a giant tidal wave crash against the front of the ship onto the beach. And in that moment, the water begins to drag the ship as it recedes back into the waters.
Nice.
And you hear him just shout out one last time to you, "Go! Leave now!" And on the beach, he begins to summon a storm as lightning crackles in the sky and the clouds form. What do you do?
We gotta
They
go!
are still charging down.
I'm gonna pull out the thing.
The
the fork.
tuning fork.
Alright,
And I'm just gonna
you
be
pull
like,
out the tuning
I
fork.
don't know what this does, but everyone help me with using it.
As you hold it out, you watch it begins to shake and vibrate vigorously as it points forward, and you watch the fog part.
There. Sail there.
Yep, let's go.
Darian on the wheel immediately is now like throwing like shit around and pulling the wheel. The ship is not fully off the beach at the moment. As the sails come flying down, air kind of beginning to push its way through, but the creatures are still bearing down. They're coming from all around the bay towards where the ship is.
What about Kelton?
And this storm is like shooting down, crashing into various numbers of them, but they are still bearing down. Is there anything you'd like to do to try and help in this moment?
I can save Kelton. Did he want to come? I can get him on the ship.
It's about to be overrun.
Like he wanted to come.
Was that before or after he was about to be overrun?
He just told us to go. He just told us to go. I asked him if he wanted to come. He didn't answer. If he wants to come, we can go back with this. And I'm going to, with one hand, and using sorcery point to cast 2 fireballs in the direction of the riders, not hitting.
All right. You see 2 fireballs launch out from your hands, Alistair, as, from Kelton's point of view, these 2 beams of light flash over into the bay, and immediately there's a flash of fire. As he kind of turns back and sees you, he begins to rise in the air about 30 foot, and another tidal wave comes crashing up and just slams the ship. You all kind of like lurch to the side as the ship is like almost spun into the middle of the bay as he rises up, and there is just a flash of lightning, as you can see. It just slams down into the beach, and with the fire now blazing as it's kind of like fed onto the jungle itself, a just absolute downpour starts as this storm comes to full fruition, and his image is kind of lost in the flashes of lightning and the absolute torrential rain as the vessel pushes its way from the bay, as Darian pulls on the wheel, directing it into the fog. As the tuning fork guides you, the fog dissipates behind.
Perfect music.
And the image of the island, Kelton, and the riders are gone.
Oh, what an image.
I wanted to save Kelton so bad.
I think he would have lived.
I think he might be alright.
I think he's level 20. I think he's a level 20 sorcerer.
Yeah, I think there's a reason they leave him alone.
Let's continue because it's pushing time.
Okay.
So, with the tuning fork, the ship is guided through the fog. It takes you a few hours And there's a nervous anticipation as you narrowly avoid rocks and other obstacles in the way, other wrecked ships that have accidentally found their way into this unnavigable fog. Weird shapes in the water below. But eventually the fog parts and you are immediately hit by the freezing cold as you are out back into the familiar, frigid Arctic waters of the restless coast.
Can we go back?
I never thought I'd be so happy to be this cold.
So
It's
where
a
are
little
we
bit
then?
nippy.
Can I have a look around, like, to see if there's any coastlines nearby, see if I recognise where we are?
I'm not even going to make you roll. You do recognise that kind of Arctic coastline. You are definitely along the Ranpen Gulf.
Brilliant.
Where, more or less, where you've kind of were beforehand.
Spat back
So,
out where we
maybe a
came
little
from.
bit further back. Yeah. So
I haven't lost too much time. How many days travel were we away?
quite probably maybe 4 or so.
With no supplies, we're going to be hungry.
We can
Nice.
go 4 days.
We can live.
I might have a spell for that.
I could turn into a... Hang on.
Anybody can fish?
I could turn into a whale, get loads of fish in my mouth, and then bring them back on the ship.
I don't want to eat mouthfish.
It's fine. I'm not
Better
going
than
to
nothing.
chew them.
There's always...
It's always a bigger fish.
That's what I was going to say about...
Hopefully
Well,
not.
We can we'll hand wave that a little bit. That is something you can do. There are going to be means of gathering some food along the way if you so wish to.
I would totally do that.
Let's get
All right.
moving.
So you do that. During this remaining journey, you use your whale form to capture some fish, and there are some... After doing so, there is an evening where people feast aboard the deck in the Arctic air, kind of at the amazement of what you've just done. Kind of it's pretty incredible. A thankfulness of escaping that endeavour, especially they had no idea what the fuck was going on there. But it's a tale to be told for these people. But as the days pass, eventually, beyond a long stretch of ice sheet, you come upon a massive city wedged next to a cliffside. Docks meeting the now ice-covered bay. In the distance, you see the stretches of building wrap around the outside of one tall stone walls with a mix of Tudoresque and Celtic design, mixing between thatch and slate roofs, depicting an architectural wealth gap. Towering above the metropolis are two major structures, a palace and a Gothic-style cathedral. All of this lies next to a seemingly frozen river in these Arctic months. The ship comes to a halt. Aside numerous others docked along the thick ice, tied down to a winter dock that extends 1 or 2 miles away from the city proper. Huts, temporary structures, and numerous workers work the space as the vessel grinds to a halt on the crunching ice. Congratulations, you have made it to Dayford.
Woo!
And that is where we will end the last session of 2021.
Oh.
Nice.
No.
Alistair's been running from this his entire fucking life.
It was a chunky one, wasn't it? Let's go.
It
That
was a chunky one.
Fucking great. I love that session. That was great.
Really good session.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Oh my god.
a lot
Kelton,
we
see Kelton
learned.
again. Oh,
Yeah.
I love that.
Kelton was awesome,
What
and
the
now
the
we fully
fuck
know
is
that
he
the
fucking
monster I
saying?
unleashed is
Oh.
Eleanor is the BBG.
Your
So-
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is now a grumpy old man.
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
Alright. Well.
You dropped that fucking bombshell on me right before we go to David as well. The fucking harbinger
Oh, yeah.
shit.
Oh yeah. 100%. Well, to wrap things up, we will pick up where we just left off at Dayford, and the next big leg of the adventure at the beginning of January. Right, at the moment we're thinking the 2nd, but it could be a little bit later, so check out our Discord to keep updated about the specific date that we'll do. But until that time, thank you for joining us. Hopefully 2022 will be a little bit better. But until then, remember,
Stay dirty.
stay dirty. See you next year.